All right, hello everybody. Welcome to the regular governing board meeting of Cabrillo Unified School District. This is Thursday, October 12th, 2023, and it is 6 p.m. So we will start with our roll call. Rosie?
Thank you. Sophia?
Here.
Kimberly?
Here.
Carmen?
Here.
Lisette?
Here.
Maribeth is absent today. Catalina? Thank you. We have quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item 2, approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve? Oh, I'm sorry. Pledge allegiance, 1C. Sorry. Catalina, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Now, item 2, approval of the agenda. We have a motion to approve. So moved. We have a second? Thank you. Rosie?
Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Lisette. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. It's 4 plus 1.
All right, next item, communications. We'll start with public comments. Give me just a second. So there's a few public comments for this topic, and just a few friendly reminders before we start with these. For this public comments agenda item, as well as for hearings and other agenda items, there's an opportunity to provide a public comment to the board during our meeting. We typically have a very full agenda of board business to get through, so as is typical for most meetings of public agencies, we allow 3 minutes per person and up to 20 minutes in total for all speakers, with the opportunity to extend this time at the discretion of the board president and consent of the board. So I'd like to ask members of the public to share the same viewpoint. Please select a few individuals to address the board on behalf of that viewpoint so that we can conduct our business in an effective and efficient manner, as is in the public's best interest. Typically, the board cannot respond to comments other than referring matters to staff for follow-up, though please also feel free, if we do not do so explicitly, to follow up with Dr. McFetridge directly sometime after the meeting if you would like to share or receive further information. Also, to further streamline meetings, we will only accept requests to address the board prior to the agenda topic, with the option for speakers to pass in their requests after the presentation if their comment has thus been sufficiently addressed. Okay, and a general meeting reminder regarding meeting conduct. If you notice any issue, have any concerns or questions regarding the conduct or process for this meeting during the course of this meeting, those are very much appreciated, but difficult to receive directly from people in our live studio audience here. So please quietly approach Rosie down at the end of the table, and she will handle it or alert others for help to do so. I will not be reading or responding to text. Rosie is my delegate. Okay. So first, if we can have come up Lisa Schick. Okay. So we can hear you on TV. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Thank you, Lisa.
Sorry, I'm not a public speaker. So my daughter heard we were coming to the board meeting tonight, and she asked me to request a few things. The first one being to question will we be testing the lead in the water at the high school again. She had heard that last time we were just below the normal level, if you consider any level of lead in water normal. And so she was questioning when that will again be tested. She had also heard that the district's been spending some money, like fixing your parking lot. She said to me, why are we paving the parking lot when we have a leaky locker room? We have a leaky gym roof at the high school. She was just kind of questioning some of the way that the money is allocated. And I have a request for the Hedge PTO. I've sent several emails regarding the possibility of us having a canopy over the picnic tables for the past 2 years, and we kind of stopped and started the conversation. The Hedge PTO is not requesting money. We are asking for an estimate to put a canopy over that area. I met with the construction person, and it was a very positive meeting. That was in the spring. We've not received an estimate after that meeting. The only estimate we received was a $500,000. A more grandiose plan than the PTO can afford. So we're requesting that, and I'll follow up with you guys again at the next board meeting if we haven't received an estimate. And the last request is, it's hard for us to come to attend 4-hour, 5-hour meetings, and we like to be involved, but it seems like oftentimes there's lengthy. The meetings have a very full agenda, and we're limited to 3 minutes, but oftentimes there's presentations or commentary from the board that run into a lengthy period. So I feel like I would like to be here, but I can't commit to 4 or 5 hours every night. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Next, Avis Calhoun.
Avis Calhoun, El Granada Elementary. Hi, Board. Good evening. Sophia, you had mentioned in your general comments last spring, why are you always against us? And I imagine maybe others of the board have wondered the same thing. So here's an answer. It comes down to respect and compensation. I'll address respect first. Teachers tend to be collaborators. We want to respect our boss as an advisor unless we are given really good reason not to, but we do not feel respected by some of you. Most teachers I have talked to who addressed the board have felt like only some board members have been paying attention, that some were listening. Some of you appear distracted, and some of you did not even look at the speaker once while we used our precious 3 minutes of time trying to get your attention. And frankly, the last time I addressed you, I noticed a lack of attention, and I started tapping the podium to get you to look at me. I feel like if I feel like some of you are not listening, I'll simply walk away from the podium because I've decided why talk if you don't listen. It's about respect. The other reason why many of us view that the board is unsupportive, or some of the board is simple. It's your priorities. The district has a limited amount of financial resources. Our ire stems from how you have chosen to spend or allocate the limited district resources. Within the last couple of years, you have approved the addition of quite a few high-paying positions at the DO, which clearly shows your choice. You also chose to sink $500,000 toward plans for teacher housing, which few to none of us want. This was a choice. You could have avoided the huge legal fees you spent fighting us and allocated that money towards raises for us. You chose not to. You keep on telling us there's no money for raises, but there could be if you cut some of those DO jobs you recently approved or made other choices regarding housing plans or maybe legal fees. It's a matter of choice. Your choices are what angers us. Your choices reveal what you value. Please, please do not interpret my comments about DO jobs as personal attacks on individuals or as implying that I'm saying someone is not doing a good job. No, I am simply stating that you have a limited pot of money and you've made deliberate, conscious choices that show what you value most. Please do not respond by saying these monies are from different pools and need to be looked at differently. We know you can and do move money around. Simply put, you could have given us raises, but you spent the limited funds on other, apparently higher priorities. If you really placed a high value on teachers, your choices regarding teacher raises versus job creation at the DO would have been different. And to quote John Cusack's character from the movie, Say Anything, it's choice, man. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Avis. Next up, Josefina Infazon.
Good evening, board. Good evening, everybody. My name is Josefina Infazon, and I am a CSEA employee. And I just want to say that I wanted to attend the workforce housing project The last meetings I just couldn't attend, but I want to thank you for, leading this project. I know that some people are against this project, but I know coworkers that will be benefit from this project greatly. We CSEA employees work long hours, and sometimes we don't have time to attend these meetings. But we want to applaud, the efforts that you're putting into this project. One thing that I think will alleviate, the concern is that there is no access to Hatch. I know that street that is between an entrance from Garcia, and all the parents are coming from Garcia, dropping off the kids. Then they make the loop and then exit without really affecting that intersection that is in Kelly Avenue and Highway 1, which is very problematic because we have students that go to Cunha School, people that go to work, and that's the exit to go towards, those ends. So I think it's putting money into opening that road. I think that we say we don't have the money, but this is a bond that if people agree and vote for it, we'll get the money to open that road that I think will alleviate, and it will benefit many of our coworkers. I'm fortunate to have a home here in Half Moon Bay, so I'm not in their situation, but I do feel and I know that some of them will be very, very appreciative to have this project, move forward. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Josefina. Okay, and our last comment for this section is one submitted in writing from Anna Alderkamp, parent of 2 Hatch students. I would like to voice my opposition to the Cabrillo Unified School District workforce housing development at Hatch Elementary. How is the school board spending money on this plan when teachers don't have a contract and we don't have enough counselors, barely any reading specialists, and no math intervention? Please put money closer to the students. All right, and that is it for public comment. Oh. Okay. So we will. We'll take it this time. You probably missed the announcement. Typically in the meetings we accept comments up until the point where the item starts, but we realize it's in a missing mistake, so we will take the comment. Yes. Yep. So go ahead in 3 minutes.
So my name is Donald Sheardown. I live in Half Moon Bay. 35 years I've been a taxpayer. And today I realized that at Hatch School you're building workforce housing, 60 high-density units at Kelly and Cabrillo Highway. And I went to the meeting. It was in-person only meeting between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. this morning, when all the teachers are in school, when they're in their classroom, and I'm just absolutely appalled at the whole idea of using children's playing fields when children are facing epidemic proportions with obesity, that a playing field is taken away and this housing is given to teachers instead of getting them a decent wage. What about the teachers that have already got a mortgage? What about them, And this was all been done in such secrecy. I mean, I live here, but this is the first I heard of it, and I saw all these architectural plans. It seems like it's an advanced stage. This is the most disgusting thing I've seen in 35 years. That's why I felt I needed to come here tonight and point out to you that we need some openness about this. And I mean, I am absolutely appalled, absolutely appalled. It's, like I say, it's the worst thing, and I keep my eyes open for 35 years. And if this is the way the school board's going, I mean, people need to be more vigilant in what's going on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Donald. Okay, so that brings us to our next item, 3B, Employee Organizations Report. We'll start with CUTA. That's our Tom.
Well, first of all, before I start, notice once again I keep saying that the teachers won't be here. But as you can hear, one teacher did come. The fire's out there. Trust me, the fire's out there. So I'm trying to keep everyone calm and focusing on kids until we all need to be together. So I just want to kind of say that. All right, first of all, here we go again. So let's try this a different way. One idea at a time. First, I'm going to go back through the history. 2009, 2010, when we were in economic disaster, the CUTA, once again, I'm a history teacher, CUTA made all these cuts. We took no pay days. We took, I don't know, I think somewhere, maybe 3, maybe 4. We made all these cuts. We took note that the community came and said, you need to help, and we helped. The agreement was, when things are better, don't worry, it's all gonna come back. Well, it's been a lot better. Record COLAs the last 2 years. Yet the teachers are all looking around in history saying, well, where was the agreement? What happened to that agreement? We do one thing, we take our cuts, but when it comes back around, we get pushed to the side. Second thing, communication. The communication, as we heard, is amazing. It's not being done. We had an outdoor ed issue that blew up, and I had to hear people yelling and screaming. The housing, which once again, no one ever came to a staff meeting. We never had a presentation. Someone was saying that 80 teachers approve it. I'm like, I never saw anything. I have no idea what this said. We'll do a survey to make sure, and we'll check with the union in the next week to get those numbers. Subpay, I'm just throwing stuff out. Subpay, one school's saying, oh yeah, we get this pay. Another school's saying, no, it's this pay. The third school's saying, I don't know what you're talking about. Once again, no communication, no one sending out saying, hey, here's what the subpay will be, so that people know. It's always good to know what is going on. Strategic plan is my next one. I got an email. Strategic plan committee meeting. I don't know, I think they meet every 4 or 5 years, and I started laughing because I started thinking, going, oh my God, we're doing another strategic plan? I read the old one, and it talks about teacher retention. It's not there. We're not doing it. So why would we do another strategic plan when we're not following the last one? I get so confused with that. So next one, the budget. I think I heard other people speak eloquently talking about the budget. The way I like to look at it is like a car. And what's happening right now is there's a nice car, and the district is putting wax on it, giving it XM radio, probably Bruce Springsteen channel, adding all these nice things to it. But the check engine light's on. And the check engine light is been on for a while. And no one's paying attention to the check engine light. And as we all know, the teachers are the engine to the school. Wherever this money's gone, it has zero impact on me. I have my same students, I have no aides, I have every different type of student. Nothing changes. It's still me. I have to do the show. I have to do the show every day. There's nothing added. So where all this money's being spent and how it's supposed to be helping the kids, we don't see it, and the check engine light needs to be fixed. And so you remember the teachers are the engine, and that car needs to be if you don't take care of that check engine light, That car is going to die on the highway. All right? Next, teachers, just so that if you don't know, teachers care about the kids way too much. I tease about this. We heard about El Granada, and there was a situation. What did teachers do? Ran around trying to find someone that they knew that could help the students at El Granada so that they could have some PE. It was teachers running around phone calling. Hey, I know this kid. Hey, I know this kid. Hey, I know someone. Hey, call them. It's teachers. It's not anybody else. It's teachers. Same thing with these awards. I see a sign out in front about blue ribbon or one of the ribbons. I know the teacher. The teacher's running around crazy all day. All day. Now she's starting to say, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? There's why no one seems to appreciate it, and a lot of teachers are starting to come up with that. Russell Award winners. People are like, well, why are we doing this? So all these things that are done by the teachers, it's being driven by that engine. The next thing I want to point out is 33% of our 7th grade class has long-term subs. Math and science. It's going to be like that forever with this salary schedule. So to think that you're ever going to find math and science or any teachers it's just not going to happen. So if you're a 7th grade parent, I get parents all the time, grab me by the shirt, Mr. Cox, do you know? And I said, yes, I know. I'm at the school. I know exactly. And we have great people that are in there right now. That's not the situation. The situation is trying to find long-term certificated teachers. Last, do I want to picket? Do I want to protest? Do I want to march the street? The answer is no. I'm embarrassed. I've been doing this for 36 years. I'm a professional. The last thing I want to do is hold a sign and say, please, please, give me my COLA. No teacher wants to do that. I especially don't want to do it. And I'm the union president. It irritates me, it aggravates me that I'm getting to the point where things are going to have to happen. And I don't want to do it. So I just want to remind everyone, this is not what I want to do. I do not want to sit there on the corner and hoping that people will notice the plight of this district. The last thing I'm going to say is I wear ties every day. The kids like to see what they are. Mr. Cox, what's that tie? Usually they're history related because I teach history or sometimes leadership. The tie I wore today was a leadership tie, and it was from Robert Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy, not the one now, the great Bobby Kennedy from the 1960s. And the tie I have is a quote from Bobby Kennedy. And in it he says, I dream of things that never war, and ask why not? And I do the same thing. Why not? Why can't I be in a district where they look at the history and say, oh my goodness, they did all that? They did all those cuts? They took no pay days? They did all that? They took cuts on medical? They did this? Why can't we, now that things are good, why can't we take care of them? Communication, why can't we go to staff meetings? Why can't we send out emails letting them know what's going on in details? Why can't we put them in the budget? Why can't they start the year like over the hill in other schools? Why can't they start the year where it's like, oh, here's your 2-year contract. Here's your COLA. Here's your COLA. And when we say raise, we mean COLA. So some people in the community get confused. We're always talking COLA. Where's the COLA? Why can't we have a strategic plan that we follow and look at and say, oh, teachers are all over that place. Let's take care of it. Why can't we just make sure that that engine light is off? That's all I ask for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. Next item is 3V2 CSCA representatives. Holly.
Good evening, Board President Lane, board members, Dr. McFitchett. I'm here today because Diane and Shane are unable to make it, and I'm just going to do a brief summary of what we've been up to. CSEA had a vote to ratify our tentative agreement and came to a tie. So we will be holding another vote on October 23rd. Our unit will be going back to negotiations on October 18th, and we look forward to continuing the negotiations in good faith with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. All right, next, 3C, board members report. Who would like to go first?
Good evening, everyone, and thank you to everyone who's already come out to speak tonight and who's attending here as well as online. This is, for me, a yes and month. I thank you for all the people who reached out to me, and I've got tentative agreements to sit and visit and try to unpack a lot of the communications and information that has been part of the public commentary and hope that everyone will give each other the grace and space for a fuller conversation. Our teachers do a fabulous job, and I truly want to support all of our teachers. It's a yes, and I think workforce housing has been we've been alluding to it and talking about the real estate committee since 2020, I believe, and in public commentary, myself and Mary Beth, in terms of how we could make best use of our assets without simply selling them and then having the funds be watered through a sieve and gone. I think it's important that the board take responsibility for short-term needs as well as long-term needs. And I think that if anyone does have a question, I'm more than happy to sit down and share how we got there. But that's, this is Kim Hines speaking, and I'm happy to visit with anyone. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. I wish that that we'd done the rollout differently. I know we had a number of public meetings, and I feel, and this is Kim Hines' feeling, not discussed with the rest of the board, but I feel that in sharing the plan, that you didn't see all of the building blocks and the information leading up to it. So I would just ask for the grace and space for further conversation and understand it's not an either or. It's not about not supporting teachers and doing housing. These are completely different funds in how we fund teachers. I look forward to the thick mat discussion tonight. I think that there's good information in there, and there are things that we as a board can do better, and that we can ask questions in a way of the district office that are respectful and perhaps shine a light in a different direction that meets the needs of the teachers, and that we create more understanding if we ask good questions and listen thoughtfully. So that's my ask. And thank you again for everyone that came out tonight.
Thank you, Kim.
Buenas noches a todos, buenas noches por estar aquí y como siempre están más que invitados para estar aquí. Tenemos la presencia de Josefina que nos ayuda a traducir. Rosy siempre nos tiene también, no sé si Rosy o Josefina tienen la agenda en español y también quisiera invitar y urgir a los miembros de la comunidad que creen, no hemos escuchado mucho de las voces latinas al tema tocante de estos nuevos edificios, no edificios, pero las nuevas estructuras que vamos a estar, que queremos tratar de construir. Creo que es muy importante tener una voz de toda la comunidad. Y desafortunadamente eso es lo que siempre pasa. La gente que más necesita algo, la gente que más le va a beneficiar son los que menos están presentes muchas de las veces y es muy desafortunado. Les invito y les pido que por favor vengan, denos sus opiniones y nos dejen saber. Quiero darle las gracias a todos los maestros que están aquí y darle las gracias por siempre tratar de ser lo mejor que pueden con nuestros hijos y tratar de hacer esta comunidad una mejor comunidad. Por último, quiero invitarlos. Yo soy parte de una coalición de miembros de la mesa directiva de todo el condado de San Mateo. Todo este mes de la herencia hispana hemos hecho varias series para que vengan a platicar de nuestra cultura. Hemos tenido gente muy, muy interesante, como la señora Silvia Méndez, que es una activista de los derechos. Ella y su familia luchó mucho en los años 40 para tratar ¿cómo se dice? De desegregación de las escuelas a los mexicanos en este estado. Y el caso de ella no se sabe muy, es una parte de la historia que yo en personal no lo sabía. El caso de ella fue una de la gran fundación para el caso de la Corte Suprema que ya conocemos, que fue la desegregación del caso de Brown versus Board of Education, que es un caso muy famoso de la desegregación de blancos y negros pudiendo estar en la misma escuela. Ella fue una noche tan increíble. Luego tuvimos otras series que conocimos a una activista que se llamaba Saraí. Ella, igual inmigrante, indocumentada, y ella es la fundadora de una aplicación donde muchachos y muchachas que quieren seguir estudiando pero son indocumentados y todas las becas y ella hizo un trabajo maravilloso, contó su historia y próximamente les quiero invitar para este próximo viernes y no tengo el volante, quería tenerlo, va a ser una serie para hablar, va a estar un profesor de historia del Colegio de Cañada, de Skyline, y también va a estar un panel de estudiantes hablando de sus experiencias educativas en el distrito. Y vamos a tener a nuestra propia Catalina González Johnson representando a nuestro distrito. Estoy muy emocionada de verte mañana y trae a toda tu familia y ojalá que gente de esta comunidad y de este cuarto la podamos acompañar para apoyarla. I just want to say good night, good evening, and thank you everybody for being here. I want to thank the teachers that are here. I also want to thank them for all the hard work that they do and all the work that they do with our students and our kids and everything that they do to better our community. I also want to invite any of the Latino community out there to come and join us and also give us feedback. I think that we need a variety of different people's perspectives regarding the housing. I respect everybody's opinion, but I think we need to have a more open and just whole conversation. And I hope that, people take the time to come. Unfortunately, like so many other things, there are things that when people that are affected or the people that could highly benefit from something are not always the people that are present. And that's just my general comment that I've seen for many reasons. That's not the only truth. So I invite everybody, Rosie's always here, our agenda is always translated, Josefina's here, and so just want to welcome everybody to come and speak and give us your input. The other thing I wanted to mention is I'm also part of a Latino Leadership Coalition of San Mateo County Schools, and for our Latino Heritage Month, we have had a series of speakers, and Most of them have been the performing arts in San Mateo, by the school, San Mateo High School. And so we had flyers, we tried to spread the word and invite people. There have been very significant and very interesting speakers there, like our Sylvia Mendez, who came from LA. She's a much older woman, she's in her 80s, but she made the trip to speak. And one of the things that she spoke, and I never knew about this, which was it was really good to hear. And I hope that, we could, my kids and the kids, for my kids and generations to come, we could incorporate some of this into our history teachings. She's an activist, a civil rights medal activist, and she received the freedom, a medal of the freedom recipient from Obama. She was at the White House. Most importantly, her case was used for the Brown versus the Board of Education, because before that there was no such case, and they used a lot of what her family fought for many years, for the desegregation of Mexican schools here in California. And just to hear her story and hear her, she was present. She was a little girl, but she was present, and just to hear her story the whole time. She said the whole time she thought her parents were fighting so that she could have a playground in her school. She didn't really understand. She was a little girl. And then 7 years later, they won. It was more, the segregation of the schools was not as, it was very Pacific. It wasn't as bad as, what we have known about the Brown versus Board of Education. But nevertheless, it was a milestone in our history, and I think that was something very powerful to hear. It was amazing. We've had other amazing speakers like Sarai, who's the co-founder of Dreamers Roadmap, and she was an undocumented student, and unfortunately wasn't able to become documented much later on in life. But nevertheless, she created a website with the help of many people, has been at the White House, has been recognized by President Obama, and I think there was another president she mentioned. But anyways, she has created the website and an app for students who are undocumented that want to pursue their education and want to contribute to this great country as productive citizens. So I think that was so amazing. And just to hear her story, we will have our last series, our last event this Friday, and we will have a student panel along with an anthropologist, a professor of history and anthropology from Skyline. And it is an honor to have Catalina Gonzalez Johnson as the representative for our district, and she will be there, and she will be in part of the event and talk about her pathway through her education, and along with other young ladies. So if we, bring your family, bring if anybody in this room would like to support her and just be present, it would be amazing. So it's tomorrow at 4:45 at Bayside Performing Arts Center, and that's in Kehoe Avenue in San Mateo. We will have, we have high school students who will be dancing, and we will also provide food. So they're really amazing series, and it'll be an honor to see you guys tomorrow. And this is that. Thank you everybody for being here, and enjoy the meeting.
Thank you. Carmen?
I'd like to echo what Kim and Lisa were saying, so thank you so much for coming tonight and joining us in our meetings. Looking at my notes here, I attended the budget advisory meeting last night with Dr. Contreras. So if you've been coming to those meetings, you'll know a lot more detail about the budget situation that we're in. I'm also a Cunha parent, so we just got our progress reports, so that was exciting. Thank you, Mr. Cox. My kids love I'm like, which one of my two kids has you? They like you very much. Thank you. We big fans at our house. Yeah, thank you, teachers, for all that you do. I know what you do, and from the bottom of my heart, we really do appreciate what you're doing from another teacher. So thank you. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you so much, Carmen. And thank you to all who came to speak and those who submitted comments. I just want to assure everyone we are listening to these voices. As Lizette mentioned, and I think this was something there earlier too, we also realize that not everyone can make it to public meetings, and it can be difficult, especially for those who may have the biggest interest in being at a meeting. So we also do have other ways that we individually, more organically speak with people. If it's just, meetings that we have with people, one-on-ones, or talking with people when we bump into them at the farmer's market or at the library. This is a process that is very complex, and we do really value the input that we get from everybody, from our teachers, from our parents, from our administrators, from our students as well. It's all really important, and it's information that we take in different ways to apply to the decisions that we make as is appropriate for those decisions. So I just want to encourage everybody that, we are listening, but we're listening to a lot of things and compressing it together depending on what the situation is. So, yeah. And I just want to reflect, we did have, I think it was right after our last board meeting, we had our special board meeting on that following Saturday. It's a really good meeting, working meeting on our strategic plan. It is very important. It's a very different kind of strategic plan if you look at the one that was done before and the one that we're looking at now in terms of the holistic view of what our students need and then how we as grown-ups can work together to fulfill those students' needs. And so there's many elements to that. It's still in draft form, but if you've seen it or you've been interested in it or you want to know more about it, I would defer you to Dr. McFetridge, which is a good point of contact to learn more. And it is part of our job is, in many ways, the big picture view. So I think it's really important that we step back, now several years later after the prior version and think about what do we do, how do we do it, and I'm really glad that effort's underway. I had the honor to co-present highlights of the strategic plan and a preview of the concept for workforce housing that we've been working on at the Brews and Views event of the Half Moon Bay Brewing Company, and as well as to participate in 2 community engagement meetings on housing thereafter. And as was alluded to earlier as well, it's a complex, novel concept for the coast side. It's not novel in general. There are definitely models that we're working at and looking at. So again, if folks have questions or want to learn more, please do reach out to Dr. McFetridge or really any of us if you're more comfortable. He will be kind of the center core. But as with anything, we're all very happy to speak with people as well. So, and I'm hoping to make it to Catalina's talk tomorrow. I think it's actually 5:45, if I saw it correctly. Oh, okay. The cocktails, well, not cocktails. Yeah. Okay. So that's the thing. So 6:30, and that's at the Bayside Performing Arts Center in San Mateo. So yes, hopefully folks can make the pilgrimage and then rush back before pumpkin traffic on Saturday morning. So yeah, that's the elephant in the room, right? Or should I say the record-setting 2,749-pound pumpkin in the room? It's a lot going on the coast side right now with Pumpkin Festival this weekend, and lots going on, beyond us. And I want to make sure, I feel be remiss to not acknowledge those rising tensions in our country more broadly, as we're all kind of focused very much on what's happening here in the coast side, but it's impossible to ignore what's happening in Washington, D.C. right now, what's happening in the Middle East, chronic issues that we have still on our minds in regards to racism, climate change, AI now, causing us to think about, how that's going to develop in the future as well. And I just can't help but think how much, that's a lot. Like, it's a lot that we're really thinking about right now, all of us as individuals on a daily basis, not to mention, like, you know, personal things that we have. And it's a lot, I think, that we're dealing with. I happened to catch a really, I think, inspiring article that was written actually a few years ago, right after the January 6th riots in Washington, D.C., by Madeleine Albright, who, as many of you know, is a former U.S. Secretary of State. So I'm just going to quote her on a couple things that she said after that incident on January 6th, but I think it still holds true for kind of our climate that we have still today. By now, so this is her words, by now our nerve endings have been rubbed raw. Political rallies have devolved into exhibitions of hate. Public figures are threatened and harassed, their homes vandalized. Debates have been supplanted by shouting matches. At the very highest level, democratic institutions have been undermined and mocked. Surveys indicate that a growing number of Americans view partisan opponents not only as misguided, but also as agents of evil. Each day, our biases are reinforced by the broadcast news and social media sources we select, and by the like-minded people with whom we associate. Going forward, let us advocate vigorously on behalf of causes that concern us as individuals or groups. But let us also never forget that we belong in addition to a larger circle. No matter how we define us, no matter how we define them, we, the people, is an inclusive phrase. So that's the quote from Madeleine Albright, and it meant a lot to me because I feel like it's my hope during this time of tension, rising tension not only in our community, but in our country and in our world, that we can all take care of ourselves and that we can take care of each other, and especially that we take care of the people who need it the most. And that we can sometimes peacefully agree to disagree and have that be okay. And that we can work together towards common goals as much as we can as we plan here, as we plan for the futures of our students and community. So I think it's really important that we maintain those connections, and in times of tension in the world, that we boost those connections even more and have more coffees, have more walks, have more talks, have more, hey, how are you doing? And I think that's, I think that's a path that we can really bring ourselves together and have more personal harmony and more community well-being as well. So I just invite folks to talk to one another, ask questions. Sometimes agree to disagree, and that's okay too. But try to see one another's view, and really think of things not as us and them, because that really doesn't generally end well. Except maybe in a football game, someone's going to be happy at the end of it, someone's not, but life is not a football game, right? It's much more complex and nuanced than that, so I hope that we can work that way together here on the coast side as well. So that's it from me. So with that, I will go to item 3D, Student Board Member Report, Catalina.
Okay, so I'm just going to go through all the schools, all their report outs. So for El Granada, fall is in full swing here at El Granada. We have some very excited events coming up. Our fun run is on Friday, and our annual pumpkin patch is next Wednesday. We are very excited for our reclassification ceremony on Tuesday the 17th. We are overjoyed to welcome Mr. Ronaldo Acosta, who will be helping out with PE. Our 4th and 5th graders are demonstrating great leadership skills as they participate in our green team in our Play Work Junior Coach program. For Fairlawn View, last week Fairlawn View students set their academic and personal goals for the school year and shared them with their parents and guardians. Students are also learning about key figures in the LGBTQ plus community in celebration of LGBTQ plus Heritage Month, after learning about key figures, traditions, and customs in the Hispanic community to honor Hispanic Heritage Month. Our outdoor classroom summer garden is transitioning to a winter garden with the help of students, staff, parents, and we are even able to harvest a few pumpkins. For Hatch, our Rock and Roll to School on October 4th attracted community volunteer support from Tony and Bart at the Straight Wheel Cycling, Matthew from City Hall, and safety patrols from our sheriff deputies. Over 200 students participated in this event this year. Peninsula Girls Chorus has started their after-school recruitment for Hatch vocalists. And the SF Opera Guild Assembly date for the Elixir of Love has been confirmed for October 30th. Board trustees are welcome. Beloved Hatch Librarian Lynn was able to connect our upper grade classes with a visit from award-winning author Ming Lee this month. His newest graphic novel, Enlighten Me, centers on a student who fights back against bullying in their inner peace and belonging. Support HBO this weekend by utilizing our Prime Fall Festival parking. Kings Mountain Goal-Setting Conferences met expectations, and 4th and 5th grade classes has written a book called Monsterland, and we look forward to their land trust field trip next week with Hatch. K through 1 and 2nd and 3rd graders build bridges with science and look forward to a Halloween parade and classroom celebrations. At Cunha, our reclassification ceremony for 30 students took place on Wednesday, October 4th, and was well attended by students, parents, and staff. Our first dance of the year was wonderful, and students thoroughly enjoyed the experience. The quarter will end this Friday, October 13th. Our Cunha sports teams are performing well with their seasons coming to a close in the next few weeks. For Pelercitos is excited as we begin sketching our new mural on a 4x8 board to join the other murals on our fence line. Ellen Silva of Creative Services has been helping us restore the older murals damaged by the storms in time and is working with our students to realize their new design. The annual mural painting by each year's Pelercitos student body has lapsed since COVID, and we are pleased to restart this proud Coyote tradition. For La Costa, the CSM and La Costa Adult School class begins on Tuesday evening. This class represents a partnership to create an entry for adult students into the community college system through a class that is structured around IBEST model of instruction, or integrated basic education and training skills. This means that students will have support from an adult school instruction co-teacher, the class alongside CSM instruction. Students also have a concurrent LCAS lab that supports students by practicality teaching and students immediately implementing the skills that they need to learn to be successful college students. The class will take place in the Hub Room 1 next to Cunha and will run through November 16th. For Los Listos Preschools is busy this month. We had a field trip and visit to Half Moon Bay Library with high attendance from both classes. All students left with their library cards and can now check out books, and parents can access resources from libraries that the library offers. We have fall pictures coming up and another field trip to the pumpkin patch. Children are learning about the fall cycle and the cycle of the pumpkin. And lastly, for Half Moon Bay High School, the fourth quarter ends this Friday, October 13th. Homecoming festivities start next week, and there'll be spirit activities accumulating with the homecoming game against Homestead High School and the homecoming dance at the San Mateo Marriott. I recommend parking for senior parking at the high school because it is our money, so we can go to Great America at the end of the year. Then our homecoming theme is the season. And then more on my side, I'm really excited for homecoming week. It's gonna be really fun. I'm excited because I got nominated for homecoming court. And then I'm very excited about the panel. I got a chance to talk to David Ochoa, who's the superintendent helping lead this panel. I really got to talk to him about my dreams, my hopes of getting into education policy. And he has even, and it was a really good conversation about like how I grew up, how the other girls grew up. And I think it's going to be a really fun, exciting night, just because I think that each one of us is so different in the way we grew up and our opinions on things and like how we have gone through our education career. Because I think that everything is so unique. Like education is such a unique thing. Like everyone learns differently. And I think that it's going to be really exciting to talk about. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Camila. All right, next up, our superintendent report.
First, I want to acknowledge the loss of lives in the Middle East, and without wading into the politics or taking a side, I just want to express my sadness for the many lives lost and their families' grief at this time. I've been accused of being too political in the past, and I've been cautioned by emails recently from the Council of American Islamic Relations and also from the Jewish Community Resource Center to not express sides. I simply want to express my sadness for the loss of lives that we see in the Middle East, that we see in Ukraine, that we see in other places. Since the last board meeting, we were able to meet with the Community Hub partners in our first meeting, and I'm very pleased that ALAS, Ayudando Latinos a Soñar, Cabrillo Education Foundation, Boys and Girls Club of the Coast Side, who are all instrumental partners in the Community Hub, That is up and running now, thanks to them, thanks to Rosalba Segura, another founding partner, thanks to Dr. Contreras, and I really want to thank Jill Jacobson and Corinne Bucher and Belinda Arriaga and Kike Bazan for meeting with us to talk about that and to provide services to families and to students that cost the district nothing. The facility was there, the board approved this MOU last spring, and I'm happy to see those facilities being used to bring to bear services, including the adult school, including Coast Pride, including San Mateo County College of San Mateo and the San Mateo Community College District, including Coastside Hope. There's just too many partnerships to name, so I want to thank them for that. I do want to say that I did go to the Cunha reclassification in this room. Was it last week or the week before? It was really well attended, great number of students. And Tom, to your point, I did thank teachers at that meeting for their work to get students reclassified. That cannot be, that should be heard. I want to make sure that's heard today, and we're announcing that. Students reclassify in English in great part because of the work that their families put in, their parents put in, that they put in, but certainly the support of teachers. So I just want to mark that so that you hear it, Tom, and know that I did say it even to Avis when I saw Avis at the meeting last week too. I appreciate all the work. I saw Ruth Ann Wolk, Rose, et cetera, et cetera. We understand that teachers are involved with that. I want to speak about strategic planning a little bit. This has been underway. We conducted an equity audit last year, talked about that in June. That helped form the strategic plan. The strategic plan has included teachers, teacher leaders. I believe CUTA was invited and participated in some way. CSEA members did also. Teachers have been involved, parents have been involved. Different staff and many students have been involved. Dr. Bhatia, I want to thank you for the strategic planning efforts, and I think in January we'll have that. We have started to sort of share that at the Brews and Views, other events, our strategic plan priorities and our goals as they are in draft measure, and I want to thank the board for helping work through that and make this a long process, but one that includes many stakeholders, many players. I do want to say that I went to the Environmental Committee, and again, giving credit where credit is due, we received the green ribbon from California last year from the state of California, and that is in great part due to the Environmental Committee, which the board formed, but which is made up of students and teachers. So I do want to give credit where credit is due. Joseph Santoni, Sonia Myers, if you've seen, Tom, I think you alluded to this. If you saw the work, the before and after photos, the work that Sonia Myers has put in with her students to build the Little Cunha farm in 1 year, it's just fantastic. So I want to give credit where credit's due and give that recognition today. Joseph Santoni, of course, the work he's done over the years with junior land stewards and getting high school students to work with fourth grade students is fantastic. And all the work that the teachers, the students, the green teams do with district staff, with district administrators, with community partners is very important to us. In the consent calendar, you will see that it's Native American Heritage Month in November. That is coming up, but I want to remind people that October 15 is the end of Hispanic Heritage Month. From September 15 to October 15, you will have seen banners around schools, of course, partnering with Ayudando Latinos a Soñar, ALAS, and with the city of Half Moon Bay, those banners announcing Hispanic Heritage Month. I want to thank Lizette and Catalina for working in the panel as you are doing so that there is greater awareness. You guys are calling it Latino Heritage Month, which I think is apropos of the term being modernized and used in a Hispano-hablante, Spanish-speaking fashion. So I appreciate that. I also want to point out that October is LGBTQ History Month, and I think this is important. Again, without wading into the politics, the board has created proclamations for Native American Heritage Month, for LGBTQ History Month, for Hispanic Heritage Month. When LGBTQ people are suffering the loss of rights and continue to suffer the loss of rights, particularly in educational in districts. I think this is an important point of for us to note that I do think the board and our teachers and all our staff and this community is an inclusive place. And so I want to thank Coast Pride for partnering with us on that, and the city of Half Moon Bay, and Native American Heritage Month. Of course, I want to thank the Ohlone tribe and the Ramaytush Ohlone Association who worked with us on co-sponsoring that, and thank the teachers and the principals and all our school workers and our students again for honoring those months. I do also want to say that on consent calendar, you'll see an approval of purchase of kitchen equipment to support central kitchen development. These were grants that were announced last spring, I believe, and now are being used. We hope to work toward piloting a central kitchen at Half Moon Bay High School eventually, so that we can do more with making our own food, using local produce, not being so reliant on an outside contract. All these things take a lot of planning, and I want to thank Stephanie Pauli Medina in particular for her vision, working with Dr. Contreras and others to work on a vision of a central kitchen that will take time, but I'm hoping that we'll keep embarking. I also want to thank tonight and acknowledge that on the general business, you will see we received the FCMAT report of findings. FCMAT is an acronym. Let me get this right. Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team has come in, and Tammy Montero is here with us to provide that report. And for people who want to pay attention and read that report, I think it's important. It will be our map going forward toward fiscal stabilization. There are activities there that we need to undertake, and I want to thank also Kevin Boltema, the Deputy Superintendent of Business Services from the San Mateo County Office of Education, who is with us tonight, who met with us today, who meets with us on the regular, and is working with Dr. Contreras and Jennifer Marsh as our fiscal director to help shore us up, in particular budgeting areas that in the past were antiquated systems or systems that were not coherent with best practices with San Mateo County Office of Education, so I want to thank them for that. That is an area of continuing improvement, particularly as we are in a time of financial instability. And to that point, and just because it was referenced before, I just want to remind the public that revenues came in less than projections in 2022. And with that, that meant that expenses that we had made for that year meant that those expenses exceeded our revenues. And that's because our projections, we flipped basic aid to local control funding formula. We have declining enrollment. There is the end of COVID funding. There are a lot of concerns here, and there are other practices that we can improve on also. This is a time of great financial challenge for many districts, for San Francisco Unified, staffing challenges in the Bay Area, in the nation, extremely challenging, in Oakland Unified, in West Contra Costa County, here, but we plan on working on that. In November and December, we will be bringing updates on a financial stabilization plan to this board and the public, and we'll continue to work with San Mateo County Office of Education and per the recommendations in FCMAT to make good on that. Finally, I will say that we did have community engagement as a beginning way to start looking at plans that have come together and the work that we've been doing with the city to look at how could workforce housing happen. It has been a long time coming. We did have a meeting at Brews and Views at the Half Moon Bay Brewing Company. It was very well attended. We did meet in this room 2 Saturdays ago, I believe, and had a community engagement, showing plans, et cetera, et cetera. And then last Thursday, we had another community engagement in the library, in the Cunha Library across the way in the evening. And then today we did meet with the Architectural Advisory Committee. I don't want to downplay this. It is a controversial topic. meaning there are numerous sides. There are those who adhere to it and believe in it, and those who have doubts or who say, heck no. But I do want to remind us of the expression that Kim used about yes and. These are different areas of funding. No money that could be used on salaries from the general fund or compensation or benefits from the general fund could be used for this project. It would rely on funding that would be for capital outlay. And so there's a lot of work to do, as Jill Ekus from the city today said and framed it. These are early stages. We are trying to get engagement in these first community engagement meetings, and we learned a lot in these community engagement meetings. We heard from several people their preferences. Those preferences have been made known to us. I've heard them, and we will, I think, definitely use that commentary and use those suggestions to look at the plan, refine the plan, and bring that back for further discussion. But we had to start somewhere. So I just want to end my comments with that. I do also want to say that we will see initial proposals for reopener negotiations with CUTA, the Cabrillo Unified Teachers Association, later tonight, if those who cannot make it. But the rest of the general business is a presentation on Pilarcitos High School, an enrollment and staffing update by Mr. Barnes, since Ms. Forrester cannot be here tonight, the FICMAT report, as we discussed, the fiscal stabilization plan, and a discuss of the next steps, what I briefly reviewed, a bond program update so we can look at sort of what's happening with Farallon View and El Granada in particular, and then again, that negotiations piece. And that ends my comments.
Thank you so much, John. All right, that brings us to item 5, general business, 5A, Pilarcitos High School presentation.
Sophia, can we do consent agenda, please?
We do, oh, consent agenda, I'm sorry. Sean mentioned it. Sorry about that. Item 4, consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve? Seconded.
Thank you, Carmen. Thank you, Kimberly. Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly? Carmen?
Aye.
Lisette? Mary Beth is absent today. Catalina? Item passes 4-0. And before we move to general business, I just want to remind the public that we stop taking comment cards once President Lane introduces the item. Thank you.
So item 5A, Pilarcitos High School presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes, for being here tonight and for the work you do in helping lead Pilarcitos.
Well, thank you for inviting me tonight. Dr. McFetridge, President Lane, our school board, and district staff. Tonight I want to talk about the work we're doing at Pilarcitos Alternative High School. So first and foremost, we are a continuation school, and that has a number of different effects on how our school runs. So many of our students, most of our students come because for many, many different reasons, finishing and graduating at Half Moon Bay High School is not going to work out for them. And we are a place where we can focus on them individually, provide individual support, and help them get through to graduation with a diploma and move on and assist them in finding a career path or higher education. So we're a small school, but we are mighty, and we serve our students very close to one-on-one. We also serve the Half Moon Bay High School Independent Study Program. So students who are considered Half Moon Bay High School students, they're not Pilarcitos students, but are taking their courses remotely, either through Edgenuity online program, or sometimes through different types of concurrent enrollment, UC Scout, other things like that. So they are Half Moon Bay High School students, but they don't attend at Half Moon Bay High School. They meet with us once a week, and they do their work independently. Additionally to the high school, we do occasionally have elementary and some middle school students on our independent study program. I think this year we have no middle school students, and there's like 2 elementary, so that's always very small. Last year, I believe I spoke in front of you just after our accreditation visit from the Western Association of Schools and Colleges. We were attempting to be accredited for the first time as an accredited high school institution, the same way Half Moon Bay High School is, that a graduate of our program is eligible for four-year programs at the University of California and the California State University systems. We got that accreditation. It came to us, I think, in February. And so one of the things that we have to do is come up with kind of a mission statement, what they call the student learner outcomes, and that's up here. Students at Pillarcitos find success outside of traditional high school, learn to navigate societal systems and procedures, including educational requirements, and take ownership of their learning with individualized support. And that encapsulates largely what we do and the students that we support. I want to look at some of our data, and I'm not quite sure what happened to the PowerPoint over here, but I think it's got most of the data we need. So just looking at our population for this year, 18% of our students are English learners. I think that might be backwards, 39% district-wide. Students with disabilities. We have 38% of our students are students with disabilities. Our homeless population, 2%. We have 0 foster students. Note that distinction because we have 38% of our students have disabilities, much higher percentage. And that's something that I want to just keep in mind as we move along to the towards the end of my presentation. About addressing that particular balance of students coming to us who have IEPs from the high school who aren't able to graduate, and we are then supporting them through to graduation. We've got English learner enrollment over here, percent of students. So English learners, 18.4% for this year, a slight decline. Reclassified, about the same, 50% it was last year. So again, we have, a good percentage of our students are still English learners, and that many of them went through our whole program, maybe K through 12 or K through, say, 10 or 11, and still are English learners. And so they've come to us, and our job is to get them through graduation. So for whatever reason, that didn't occur for them. And we talked about, tonight we're celebrating the reclassification of 30 students at Cunha and in some of the other schools as well. And so, our students are often faced with a number of challenges, and that's one of them. Our current enrollment, like I said, we were small, so our current enrollment, actually, this is a little outdated after this week. We are at 41 Pillarcitos students. We just accepted 2 more students this week, both of whom have IEPs, just to increase that percentage. We have 39 students on independent study. Some of our students are on full independent study. Some of our students, and we'll talk about this in a minute, take some courses at the high school study called course-based independent study. So there's a bit of a mix there. So our achievement data, we don't get a lot of dashboard data because our numbers are so small and the numbers of students, we put a big effort into trying to get our students to test through and on the CAS testing, Smarter Balance Assessment. Very, very difficult, and some of our students don't attend on a regular basis, so we have small numbers that we actually get through that process. We tried to increase that, so before the pandemic, we had about 7 students. We got 10 this year, down from, up from 2 last year. So we don't get to see the dashboard data from them because the sample size is too small. Graduation rate, though, is good. We've got, we graduated 65% of our students this last year, up from 40% the year before. Of those, 65% are socioeconomically disadvantaged, 60% are Hispanic Latino, and again, 50% are English learners. So we're graduating our English learner population even if they don't get reclassified. And you'll note, look at the difference between English learners there, 75% in 21-22 and 50%. A lot of that has to do with AB 104, leftover from the pandemic when students were required only to pass the much more limited state number of credits. That has expired now, but for some of those students, it was easier for them, and we pushed through to graduation with them. And some of those students also, we have what we know as super seniors. Students stay with us longer than they do at the high school, and if a student has an IEP, they can stay with us until they're 22. So we often are working with students for a number of years as young adults. Besides helping students with credit recovery and graduating in terms of like doing Edgenuity classes or working on classes in person, we are very big on experiential learning. I went through some of this last year with you. Some of our science classes, like the Monarch Mystery, we've been doing an ongoing research project detailing the population rise and changes and falls of the monarch butterfly populations that comes through. Our students go out every week and are researching butterfly populations, and all of that can be very much a proxy for environmental conditions and climate change. So our students are learning quite a bit about that. Our Farm to Desk program, our students go out to Potrero Nuevo Farm, where they work with the farmers, learn about agricultural techniques, and then come back and cook with our produce and are learning culinary skills as well. And then native plant restoration, our students go out to Francis State Beach, where they're working with the volunteers at the state park to restore native plant ecosystems to the dunes and the coast side there, and learning about other things, especially like snowy plovers and other key parts of the ecosystem. And we have a new program this year. So we have added, and we had the good fortune to add a teacher. We were down a teacher, and we didn't hire last year. We kind of cobbled through. But this year we were able to bring our complement of teachers back. We hired Molly Schauer to teach English at Pilarcitos, but she also brought with her an enormous wealth of knowledge and connections about ranching and horses, and she has begun our equine education course. So once a week, our students go to Moss Beach Ranch and learn about taking care of horses in a number of different ways. Grooming, training, equine biomechanics. As they get through the course and learn sufficiently that we feel that this is appropriate, they will be learning how to ride. They're also learning about, they've had farriers speak. That is a valid career path and quite needed in the coast side and elsewhere, people who can actually shoe a horse. It's physically demanding work, but it's well compensated and a good career path for many people, as well as other kinds of training, veterinarians, and people who take care of horses in all the different aspects. So the students really, really benefit from this. We've seen students who are new to us, who are coming with the kind of sometimes apprehension. What is it like to be at a place like Pilarcitos? Is this a place we can trust? They're coming from a place where things were not working out well for them, and they're finding this to be just a well-supported way to see and feel something different, and that connection with the animals, it can't be overstated. So just to detail a little bit the independent study program, so I mentioned before, our students in that can make use of Edgenuity or Imagine Learning nowadays for credit recovery as an online self-directed program. The University of California's program, UC Scout, as well as concurrent enrollment at community colleges, and they do that independently. They only meet with us once a week. We do have K-5 independent study. We've tried different ways of doing that. We are currently working so that those students are mostly working with their families on their curriculum, which is supplied by the district, and our teachers have the K-5 curriculum and can help the parents and supply that curriculum to them, rather than an online program. We did try that with Edgenuity for youngsters, and it was not really very helpful to us. So we've gone back to a more traditional form of independent study for our K-5 kids. Middle schoolers, there is Edgenuity for them, and they work with us, and they do fine with that. We do divide between Pillarcitos independent study. If you're a registered Pillarcito student, that's usually administrative or disciplinary placement, but most of our independent study students belong to Half Moon Bay High School or the middle or elementary school that's their home school. And they're either full-time or what they call course-based independent study, CBIS, or hybrid, where they take some courses at the high school, some courses with us. Our schedule, we have a 6-period day, but it's short, 8:30 to 12:15 in 30-minute periods. But our kids often put a bunch of blocks together and work on, whole projects, like we're going to go to Horse Day, or we're going to go to to Rancho State Beach for native plant restoration. That's several hours of the day. And then independent study comes in 1-hour blocks in the afternoon. So our teachers do that in the afternoon. Now, a couple of exciting things that are new for us. One of the things we did we have always had at Pillarcitos a very strong restorative justice, restorative practices program that our teachers have led for some time now, where students circle up, they talk about all their issues, they try to work out what the harms are, restoration, speak. They have a talking piece so that people can take one at a time and be heard. Our students love it, and they ask to go to Circle when they've got conflict or issues between them. So we hold those regularly. What we did do this year was applied for a grant that in order to expand restorative justice practices to the entire district. And so we have done that. So we have hired Lauren Hicks as our restorative justice, restorative practices facilitator based on that grant. And so she is building the program throughout the whole district. So family and community building circles, which have gone out to the elementary schools. We have 2 5th-grade circles at El Granada. Half Moon Bay High School has one that started in summer school called the Rising Ninth Circle. We have at Cunha, about 160 kids so far have been served by both classroom and incident-based circles that are responses, to can be an alternative to suspension or alternatives to exclusionary discipline, as well as community building circles. And so this is now spreading out to all the different elementary schools, to Cunha, the high school, and Lauren is leading that. We also have Saturday sessions where staff from around the district representing just about all the different sites and roles. El Granada, Hatch, Cunha, Half Moon Bay High School, Pillarcitos, the DO, district-wide staff in the roles of teacher, paras, therapists, administrators, administrative assistants are learning restorative justice practices on Saturdays throughout the year. And so they will become experts in this and able to spread this and build it further in our district. The county is very excited about this. We got this through the Get Healthy San Mateo grant, and we're becoming a model in the county for what we're doing here. Thank you. A couple other things, just so you know. In addition, a couple other grants that we wrote, the College and Careers Access Pathways Grant, CCAP, and Early College, Middle College has been funded. That's going to help us build on that early college and concurrent enrollment and coordinate that so we have a robust district program. We're just in the early planning stages of that this year, and there'll be a coordinator who will be able to put that together. So again, that's all grant funded. And we hope to be the center of that development for the district as well. And then finally, one of the last grants that we wrote, the Learning Communities for School Success Program. This addresses what I asked you to remember from earlier in the presentation, the high percentage of special education students that come to Pillarcitos. We would like to try to stop that pipeline a little bit and make it more possible for students with disabilities to actually graduate and finish at Half Moon Bay High School, which would be preferable to then having them
what you end up doing is if they don't feel like they're getting the support they need or not able to get the support they need, they're failing classes, and then that begins to build up in the need for credit recovery. And then the only way they can do that is to take Edgenuity. And if that's difficult for them to do without a lot of support, it mushrooms and mushrooms to the point where at some point you say, you can't graduate from Half Moon Bay High School. There's not enough time for you to get the credits. You can't do it. Go to Pilarcitos. So what one of the aspects of this grant we'll try to fund for next year is an actual credit recovery section for students with disabilities to make sure that as soon as, like in 9th grade, if you start seeing failing classes and not getting the credits, they can be supported to both make those credits back and to support them in their classes, in addition to their special education minutes that they're served in other types of classes specific to credit recovery. And that we're hoping that will reduce the percentage of students with disabilities coming to Pilarcitos unnecessarily. And I think that's it for that particular presentation. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you so much, Mr. Burns. We'll open it up to questions and comments from the board.
I just want to say thank you for your presentation. It's truly a rich environment for our kids, and not every district can offer, I think, what true, I don't know all of the districts in this area, but I'm really proud of the program we have in Pilarcitos. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I also want to say thank you for all the work. And I if your teachers are seeing this, I want to thank them. They're amazing teachers, Mr. Hughes, Lisa Bendañas, just super dedicated and just amazing teachers. And we are so lucky to have those teachers, because those are the teachers that really give hope to these kids who, for so many reasons, I heard you talk about the grant to reduce the special ed number, but ideally also to reduce the ELD number, because it's just heartbreaking to know that a student has been here since kindergarten and is still at high school level and is an English language learner. It's so heartbreaking. I mean, these kids, in some way, probably, and I'm not pointing fingers at anyone, but some way they were missed, and we need to really help them. And you have an amazing group that does this. So thank you very much for all the amazing work that you guys do. Thank you.
It's a joy to work with the staff that I have, Ms. Bendaña, Mr. Hughes, Ms. Schauer, our counselor, Ms. Ferguson, Ms. Rice, the special ed teacher. It's an amazing experience to watch them at work and the support they give the kids.
I just want to add to you, Mr. Barnes, every time we hear from you, from whoever, Lizette or whoever has come to speak with us about Pilarcitos, it's such an inspiration and the hope that we're doing what we need to do for kids. It's such a special place, and as Lizette said, I've had the opportunity to get to know those 3 individual teachers as well and to see them in action, and they're just amazing. Like, there's no way to describe how they reach their kids, and kids have been through a lot, right? Because typically it is something went wrong and they ended up at Pilarcitos. So I appreciate that they're able to receive them and restore their hearts and their hopes in the world in many ways, and to be able to come up with programs. So it's like, I think it's 2 aspects of what you're doing. It's the programs and it's the culture. And those fit hand in hand, not only with the programs, the hands-on experiential learning that takes into account the social emotional benefits of, like, touching a horse, right? Or counting butterflies. Like, it seems so simple, but it is so important in terms of both the social emotional well-being and development, and connection with nature, but also that is the scientific process, what you described earlier. And your work around restorative practice and stopping that pipeline, so it's more of a choice and an alternative rather than a backup plan. I think I'm already seeing how, and you've described a lot of the ways how your programs are kind of going back to the high school, and it's no surprise because of your experience at Half Moon Bay High School, Ms. Shower's experience at Half Moon Bay High School, just the incredibly collaborative nature that Lee and Lizette have as well, to be able to receive, innovate, and also feedback and improve there. And kudos to the team at Half Moon Bay High School also for being so open and receiving that and partnering with you to make some of your best practices their best practices. I think it's just great after these years to be able to see that opportunity being realized. So I think that's really nice to see, and I love that you're getting grants for all this stuff too. I just want to say that to you. Like clearly, like these are important areas that are important in as far as educational policy is concerned. These things are the future. And so that you're taking advantage of that opportunity to get grants, not only for your students there, but for, I guess, in your pupil services hat, for students across the district. And it's really great. As well as the independent study program, because again, that gives students yet another way to be able to access education in non-traditional formats, which is often very helpful at points in time in kids' lives. So can't sing your praises enough and what you guys are doing there. I'm just really grateful for it.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments?
I do want to say that it is always a delight to be able to visit Pilarcitos. I do want to give kudos to your colleagues and to the students there. And I do also want to say that, Lizette Bendanya has been working and been talking about this grant or finding funding for restorative practices and instituting that in a community practice method with teachers across the district. So I want to thank Lizette in particular. Certainly Dudley and Martina and Stacy and Molly, fantastic team you work with there. And I know that you also do other work as coordinator of student services for discipline and attendance and so many different things. So I thank you for all that work. I do also want to note that restorative practices is being operated pretty robustly here at Cunha, also because of Victor Guzman Contreras, the dean here, which has been a wonderful thing to see happen here in the couple of years now that we've had Victor working with us. And I know that Mikey Berrigan, as a student success advisor, is also your old teaching mate, I believe, James, at the high school before you were an assistant principal there. So of all the different teachers that are and administrators that are joining in restorative practices, I want to thank you for leading that work. Certainly, it sort of started most robustly, I think, at Pilarcitos, and the fact that that's becoming a place where we're learning about it at the district office. I thank you for doing that work. I also just want to point out, and I was just emailing Leticia actually, that we need to include Pilarcitos in our green ribbon application this year because of the work that you're doing. Counting butterflies with Coyote Farms. And I know that Lizette and I have been talking recently about some gardening grants they want to do to expand upon that. So thank you so much for the work you do and that you lead there. And I also want to say James will be taking over and doing the enrollment and staffing update next because our colleague Bianca Forster is unable to be here tonight. So, James, I want to thank you for all the many hats you wear and have worn in this district for so many years. Thank you.
Okay, so that does bring us to item 5B, 2023 to 2024 enrollment and staffing update. And just as, again, a process reminder, as Rosie reminded us earlier, once we start the agenda item, we close for receiving comments. I did receive one comment, and that will be after the presentation, as we always do. So we will start with the presentation. Mr. Barnes.
Okay, thank you all again. I am not Bianca Forrester. I am last minute subbing in as her deputy, so I'm taking off my Pilarcitos principal hat and putting on my student services coordinator hat. And so this is our enrollment and staffing report part 2 that she would have delivered tonight. I will give you this caveat that since I'm just last minute on this, if you have lots of technical and interesting questions, chances are I can't answer them, in which case you could give them to Sean and he could get them to Bianca and get them to you in a timely fashion. In addition, Bianca will be back next month to go over the district organization chart, and we'll be able to tie that to funding, to address the LCAP, other categorical. So detailed questions can also be asked of her at that time as well. So.
And I do just want to remind the board and let James know there will be some slides that were presented last month. So particular, it's the classified slides that you'll be looking at tonight. This is chunked up. Last month, we presented on certificated teachers. This month, more on classified.
Well, then I will try to move more in the classified direction as we go through. Thank you for letting me know that.
I'll go ahead and put my nose in it and say, hey, the board will remember we talked about this slide last month.
Please. Thank you. All right, let's roll onto it. There it goes. Okay, so the governing board has asked for additional data that reflects our enrollment and staffing across the district, because enrollment and staffing is where is the financial, where the rubber meets the road, right? So enrollment of students and staffing is finances in and finances out. In our last presentation, we provided preliminary data regarding the assignment of teachers to schools. We have additional slides, as Dr. McFetridge mentioned, to show the assignment of classified staff and support staff across the district. So here's our student-to-teacher ratios. You may have seen this already, but it's just a good reminder of how that breaks down. Kings Mountain is, of course, a very small school, and you see a much smaller ratio there. Highest at Farallon, which is another one of our small schools, interestingly enough, but in the 20s is pretty standard for the elementaries. So here's our certificated staffing. Again, you've seen that already. You should know, I believe that it was wanted to be known that the El Granada student enrollment is higher than that. I think it's up at 339 right now for student enrollment for El Granada. And I think that has to do with overflow from Hatch and Farallon View moving to El Granada. So any of these numbers, if they were in the last presentation, they might be a little out of date. These are always snapshot numbers as enrollment, shifts constantly as students move in and out of the district during the school year. All right, here's our classified staffing. So Kings Mountain, you have, and some of these numbers may be a little strange. Some of them may represent FTE, full-time employment. Some of them may represent the numbers of people. It's a little tricky, especially when you get into classified staffing, because sometimes people work 4-hour days, sometimes people work 6-hour days, and how many people are working, several people working 4-hour days in a position, and what does that add up to in terms of salary? So numbers are a little tentative, but you have, you look at the clerical staff at Kings Mountain, 1.8 at Farallon, almost 3 at Hatch, 2.5 at El Granada. And that reflects in a lot of ways the numbers of the students and the enrollment there. Library, you've got part-time at Kings Mountain, full-time at Hatch, and part-time at El Granada, and a little smaller at Farallon View. Yard duty, so you again have small numbers at Kings Mountain. I think that means 3 yard duty at 6 hours at Farallon, 5 individuals at 6 hours at Hatch, and not quite 2 at El Granada with 6 hours. So it's, like I said, it's a little funky with the numbers. Food service, so you've got full-time at Hatch and Farallon View, a little less at El Granada, and none at Kings Mountain.
And just to point that out, at Kings Mountain, that's because Leslie Schmutz, bless her, serves double duty between clerical and food service and health tech, actually.
So she's represented, yes, over there in the clerical side. We have TK aides, behavior aides, and again, high numbers in El Granada. We have at Hatch 1. And I think we're looking at, with behavior aids, we have SDC class at El Granada. I think that's where that number is coming from. Paras also higher numbers at El Granada, even though it's a smaller school for the same reason. And then expanded learning professionals. These are instructional aides, and they are, again, 8 hours at Hatch, or 8 individuals at Hatch, and they are the highest number because the enrollment is the highest of the elementaries there. And custodial also reflects that. 2.0 at Hatch, 1.5 at Farallon, 1.5 at El Granada, and 0.5 at Kings Mountain.
At the expanded learning professional too, I think there is a difference there also because of eligibility. So depending on the grant funding and what students are eligible, you might have greater numbers because of how that plays out.
Okay, let's take a look at Cunha. Average student to teacher ratio, 22 to 1. This is the certificated staffing, which you may have seen before. So you'll note again the declining enrollment in most of the schools, except at the moment for El Granada. That's just part of a blip in what appears to be an ongoing trend. So our enrollment this year, 542. 25 FTE for certificated staffing, 4 in special ed, 2 counselors. So actual FTE is 31, and per pupil spending works out to about $14,736 per student. Oh, and excuse me. Oops, I did the wrong thing. Here we go. And 1 principal, 1 assistant principal, and a dean at Cunha. The dean is a new position this year, and Victor Guzman has done invaluable work. Dr. McFetchers was just talking about that. While we've been expanding restorative justice, they built their own program that's sort of helping meld with ours and support ours as well, the one that we've worked through the grant, so fantastic work. Classified staffing at Cunha. So again, you've got 542 students. So almost 4 clerical positions, 1 librarian, 3 campus security positions, 2 food service positions, 1 health tech, behavior aid, 7 paras, and 3 custodial, 1 day custodian, 2 night custodians. Campus security, I thought we had, yeah, it does say 3. Sorry, I couldn't see very well. 3 campus security staffers. I believe they just hired a replacement, so they're getting their 3rd coming up now, so they'll be fully staffed with campus security again.
And we should take a moment to thank Sarah Ahern for her service, and she's the employee who just left and is being replaced.
Sarah's my student back in the day. Too many people are former students now. Half Moon Bay High School, so your ratio 21 to 1, student-teacher ratio. Certificated staffing, again, this is data you've probably already seen. You see the enrollment drop again from 1016 last year to 987. We have a total FTE of 45.7. We have a principal, 2 assistant principals, and a student success advisor, 0.4. And Mikey Berrigan has taken on that role this year, and he wears several hats. He's teaching special ed, he's working as a student success advisor, and he's the athletic director. So he's a very busy man, and I work with him pretty closely on the regular up at the high school. So they have 7 special ed teachers, 3 counselors. Their actual FTE, 55.7, and so their per pupil spending, 14,461, and that compares to Cunha very closely, 14,736 to 14,461. So classified staffing, that's our new information for tonight. So we're talking about 5 clerical staff. 1 of them is an ASB technician. So Yadira Costa does a fantastic job working to maintain the books on all the many student clubs and activities at the high school. We have 1 librarian, 3 campus security, 2 food service, 1 health tech, no behavior aides. We have 10 paras and 4 custodians. So a 1-day custodian, 3 night custodians. And Pillarcitos. Average student to teacher ratio, 26-1. We have a small number. And again, we have, that might be a little high because the numbers it says our number of students is higher than we actually have in the next slide. But I think that's to do with when you look at the number of students we've had for a year, it includes students who've been here and left and new students who weren't here and came. So the numbers look a little higher than our current snapshot. So we have 1 principal, hello, a lead teacher, Ms. Bandanya, who we talked about, who is, without whom we would not be able to do what we do. Total student enrollment, yes, it's 59, so that's includes students who've come and have already, we have left us for one reason or another. Either maybe they took the high set and left, maybe they signed out of the program. And then new students who've come in this year that we've accepted, new students. So 59 last year, 51 this year. But our actual number right now is 40. Total FTE, 3 teachers, a half-time special education teacher, Martina Reese, a half-time counselor, Stacy Ferguson, and so our actual FTE is 4, and our per pupil spending is $16,371. With the small school and with the intensive work that we do, it's going to be a more expensive program than a larger school that's able to get some of that economy of scale. And for our clerical staff, so we have no librarian, no campus security, no food service. Someone does come over and deliver food for us. They come and go. No health tech, no behavior aid, no paras, and a half-time custodial. We do have someone who, Francisco, is our official day custodian, but we have a night custodian, Miguel, who does fantastic work for us and gives me hot peppers. Okay, and then on to special ed. So I guess we're going to hold questions till the end, but that's the gen ed part of the presentation. For special education health staffing, I don't know if this was covered in the previous presentation. Okay, so we'll go through it as much as we can. So looking at the different columns, we've got education specialists, that's your special ed teachers, and if you're looking at the different schools, the numbers are relatively straightforward with the size of the school involved. So half-time for Kings Mountain, Farallon View, Pillarcitos. Smaller numbers, you've got for Cunha 3, El Granada 3, Hatch 2, 7 for Half Moon Bay High School. So school psychologists, Kings Mountain, Farallon, Pillarcitos, we don't have our own resident psychologist, but we work with the ones who are based in the other schools. And there's a psychologist for El Granada, Hatch, Cunha, and Half Moon Bay High School. We mostly work with Half Moon Bay High School for psychologists. Health techs, so we have resident health techs at Cunha, Half Moon Bay High School, and at Hatch. Other smaller schools don't have them, but the staff mostly covers that kind of work, but can call in our nurse and health techs as needed for students. So Farallon, El Granada, Point 2 at Kings Mountain, they're a bit far away to have someone drive up on the regular. And we don't have one at Pillarcitos, but we can make use of district resources.
And James, just for a point of illustration again, so the board and public understand, Farallon View has no health technician. However, Lucy, serves in that role as a classified support staff. So again, like Leslie Schmutz does at Kings Mountain, they're stretching their people, much like we stretch you, into numerous positions.
Thank you for the clarification. Yes, I mean, if you're a small school and you work in one, you're going to wear a lot of hats, and that's what we end up doing, and people do the best they can with all of that. Classified support staff, so you're talking about 0.5 Kings Mountain, 9 at El Granada, 10 at Half Moon Bay High School, a number of different people in those positions. And again, your highest numbers are El Granada, Hatch, Cunha, and the high school. And so if you look at the per pupil spending, and because I don't know precisely the deal here, this is per pupil spending for students with disabilities. And I don't know, this is one you might have to clarify, because it's not the total per pupil spending that I showed you in some of the other slides.
That's correct. So the other per pupil spending would be about certificated staff and this, or classified staff, and this is additional to talk about special education and health staffing in particular. The board and public will remember that not last month, but the month before, we had a discussion that was a deep dive on our mental health, medical health, and behavioral health services. So that captures sort of where that is at. And I think it's important to note, for example, that El Granada, you would see a higher per pupil spend there because of the concentration of special education staffing there, which is why you would see it for paraprofessionals too. So these are just ways to slice and dice it and to quantify it and to look at how we spend. Well, that's what it is.
And then multi-site service providers. So we have medical health special programs coordinator, health technicians, behavioral intervention coordinator, behavior intervention specialists. These are people who work around the district and serve at all the different sites as needed. Occupational therapists, bus drivers, and so on. So people who are providing all these services. And we're talking about buses, we're talking about transportation for students with disabilities, other reasons like that. So these are all folks who come around and provide services to our students with special needs. And then the per pupil spending on that is listed for the district-wide, 2430. And schooling services, this is our social emotional counseling. And so there's a coordinator for mental health counseling, a health and wellness counselor, and interns, there's 4 of them part-time, and per pupil spending on that, it's $103.
I just want to point out too, there's a thing here with the special programs coordinator mental health. Of course, that's Caroline Morton's position, just to give it a name. And because she is full-time in that position, that's what allows her to work with that number of supervision of SLS interns, as I understand it. So you get that much more capacity, again, by stretching the dollar, by having someone who can supervise
the interns, exactly right. So we can have them on our campuses and provide services to our students. And in the adult school, and my office is right next door to Mr. Drew Gammett, who runs the adult school programs. We work very closely together and talk about concurrent enrollment, some of these other programs that we're trying to roll out. Their funding is separate from TK through 12 program funding. It's a dedicated funding stream for adult education, separate from our funding. So just to read the small print there, it's part of the California Adult School Program intended to provide adults with pre-collegiate knowledge and skills they need to participate in civic life and the workforce. Excuse me. So many of the students coming into the adult school, they're there for English classes, they're there for GED preparation, they're there to get a diploma, to take the high set, and any of these number of different functions that are going to help them move on to better career education choices. Some of our students at Pillarcitos, they may not graduate with us despite our efforts, and oftentimes the adult school may work better for them as well. So we do see kids, I say kids, some of our students at Pillarcitos are young adults, and oftentimes they're still trying to get their high school diploma or get high school equivalency with the high set, but they may have a child, they may be working full-time, they may be actually pursuing a career, and this is a burdensome thing for them to be dealing with. And the adult school is often a much more accommodating way of getting that done. They can attend evening classes and work largely much more at their own pace. So La Costa is bringing great things to the district, and working with Mr. Gammett has been very helpful with us as a partnership.
Again, totally separate bucket of funding.
Yep.
Like Los Listos preschool is a separate bucket of funding, like the migrant services separate bucket of funding. And we'll say also to Mr. Gamut's benefit, or to give credit where credit's due there, because of the increased numbers of students that he was able to recruit last year, that increased the funding for that program. Mr. Gamut also is working with Mr. Barnes on some other special projects, and I appreciate you guys pitching in and doing that kind of work with community school work, grants, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, any questions? I hope there aren't any, but I will ask the question.
Well, I just will say, just for the board, just so you know, we do expect Ms. Forrester to be able to be back at the next meeting, and at that time, she will be bringing additions to this report. This is a living report. We wanted to chunk it up. Last time we did certificated, this time include more classified, and then you will get a bigger picture, as Mr. Barnes said, of org charts and how categorical funds and grants are used to fund those positions.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Barnes. Before we open up to the board for questions and comments, I'd like to bring up Aisha Barrow with a comment from the public.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Barnes, for the presentation. Hello, Governing Board. Good seeing you this evening. I wanted to piggyback on the presentation from Mr. Bart and the update on enrollment and staffing data. As I saw from the presentation, and as we already know, the Hatch site specifically is crowded, and I think you already knew that. We had a similar conversation about boundaries, and the district decided to change the boundaries so that more students could go to other sites as well. So that's why I was surprised, as many parents, to hear that the workforce housing was proposed at Hatch. And I wanted to address that. I know that there have been many conversations about this. Thank you for the community engagement. I've seen the results of the survey that you've conducted, and it sounds like there was a portion of the staff that was for it. There is a disconnect between that survey and what I've been hearing thus far from the staff and the teachers. My daughter is at Hatch. I'm a Hatch parent, and I've only heard opposition to it. No doubt that there is some support. I'm not questioning that the survey is accurate. I'm sure that there is a voice that hasn't been represented that you're giving voice to, which is some of the voice that Mr. Barnes was talking about, the classified staff, the custodial staff. They deserve a voice too, so I'm glad that voice is being represented. But the voice that I wanted to bring today is the voice of the parent that also deserves a voice, and the voice of the teachers that I've heard from. And I just wanted there to be a record here on the board of what I'm hearing. And surprisingly, that voice is very unified, you know, from what I'm hearing. And so I'm just sharing what I'm hearing about this project. I have heard that first off, there's a recognition that Hatch is crowded, that we would like a better quality for the children, that green field is the only green field that's available on that site. So, you know, children deserve better. And it's unfortunate that the only piece of green space would be taken away from them. It's not fair for them to have that taken away. And I think that is also not in support of your whole child support, one of the priorities that you have established, supporting the whole child. Secondly, what I'm hearing, and as a parent, is that we want experienced teachers at Hatch. We want strong teachers, and I understand this would attract a certain class of teachers who's maybe on the lower pay scale. I'm not saying that they're great or they will be great someday, but they don't have the same level of experience. And I think the focus should be on retaining experienced teachers, and that project doesn't seem to do that. And third, the teachers that I've talked to all opposed, and I think that needs to be given consideration. I know that the Daly City project is very cool, but it's also very new. We don't have data on retention. I know that I'm out of time, but I would like to see more of that. So yes to affordable housing.
Please wrap up your comment.
Yes, I'm wrapping up. Yes to affordable housing, but not to this workforce housing, and not on this site, and not now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aisha. Okay, questions or comments from the board on the topic of discussion tonight, which is enrollment staffing update presented by Mr. Barnes on behalf of Bianca Forrester.
not have the answers now, but on slide 16, for the special ed per pupil spending, was that like in addition to the average base? Is this like above and beyond?
That would be calculated by looking at the staffing that is assigned to the staff. To take it, how do I?
Okay, so this was per pupil specifically for special ed, like the cost of that staff.
Right, so I'm just going to pull up slide 16. You have it there. You'll see it broken down and disaggregated by site.
Okay.
And so, for example, if you looked at El Granada, you'll see 3 education specialists. I don't have to go through the numbers, but you'll see that the reason why that number per pupil spending is more because we do have El Granada specialized programs and staff assigned there for that. That's how that's done. So basically what's been happening is they've calculated these numbers and then looked at the staffing of it and then figured out the per pupil spending per site. And they just do that just to explain, partly because we are looking in particular with FICMAT as a recommendation about how do you staff efficiently.
So it's like this many staff to this many special ed students.
Exactly.
And then the same thing would apply for the mental health. That would be the staff serving X number of, but I mean, it's so.
Mental health would be challenging to break up and disaggregate by site, and that's why it's provided as a multi-site.
And that's fine, but
Yep.
it's like, so when it says 103 per, it's just hard to read to know how many students that's serving. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
And I don't, Sean, if I understand correctly, but I don't think that information is either.
No.
Like, these numbers are so low, I expect that the denominator is the student enrollment number that we see in the previous slide.
It would also be the mental health. You would be, your divisor would be, for 2,700 students as opposed to a school site divisor of 300, 500. So.
Okay, so then for that one, it would be like this staff member is available to all these students, not whether or not they're actually interacting.
That is exactly correct. It is available, and as you'll remember from Ms. Morton's presentation with Martha Ladd and Susan Vana and Jessica Reed, those services, you could probably look at how many contacts there were, and they provided that data, and you could do that per pupil spending that way. But basically because these services are available to all students, they've done the per pupil spending, and I believe the divisor was the whole student population.
Okay, thanks.
I want to thank you, James, for presenting on behalf of Bianca. It's always tough to present work that you didn't directly make, but clearly, again, because of the multiple hats that you've worn in the district over the years, you have good command of this content as well. And one thing I want to just appreciate very much just about this presentation and what it brings to us is the breadth of services that we provide our students in addition to the core in-classroom instruction, because it does really take so many different functions to work together to be able to support a student that has, some like an auditory processing issue, and they also have diabetes, but the next year they might not have the auditory processing thing has been resolved, and they have something else like a reading disability. Like, there's so many things that kids go through throughout their lives that I appreciate that this shows, generally speaking, what's the resource investment we have to make for each of those functions across, by site. I think that's really helpful. And I understand that at some point, like, you have 1.0 working across 9 sites, you're not going to parse it down to like 0.07. Like, it makes sense that you kind of lump the multi-site providers there as well. And I think it's also important to appreciate a little bit of what Sean, you mentioned too, maybe him or somebody, or maybe you, about how, like, when you're a small district and you're a small school, and like, you kind of people stretch in terms of the direction of what the students need, and that's to be expected. And so I especially appreciate that around when people sometimes hear administrators, they think it's like a bunch of people pushing paper with pencils sitting in an office somewhere. And as we can see with yourself, as we can see with Mr. Guzman or Mr. Jones, or really any of the administrators we have in our sites, or for that matter in the district office, there's so much like focus on the students, individual students, and there's definitely more than our fair share of like government paperwork we have to do, right? Like forms, especially special education. It's like there's so many forms that we're required to do for the state and for the federal departments as well. But I appreciate that, like in some schools, maybe, you know, Kings Mountain's super small, right? So like one person does like 3 jobs there. And that's just what we do, what we have to do to make sure that the students' needs are met. So, but this is a very helpful approximation of where the resources are going in terms of function/job. And it's a good starting point, I think, as you guys do the work to address the feedback that we're getting from our county colleagues and from our FICMAT colleagues to look at how we can be more efficient. So I'm really looking forward to that. Oh, and I just want to point out too, where you had that one slide about a classified support staff for special education, presumably, and health staffing, presumably that means paraprofessionals, students that like are by law assigned to students to help them with their specific special education needs, correct? Classified support staff, that's why the numbers are so high.
I think that would have to be paras.
Yeah, because like half
Just
of
in
Bay High
terms of
School
the
has 10.
categories that are listed there,
Yeah,
yes.
the numbers are so high that it's got to be paraprofessionals.
Yeah.
So just to clarify for folks.
You're talking about the classified support staff?
Yeah.
That would, yes, and I will say that that is required per IEPs, individual education plans, to allow students to have a free and appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment. And there are times when paraprofessionals are assigned to classes or to particular needs, and that would be that number.
Okay, great. Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you all very much. Mr. Barnes, thank you for doing double duty tonight, and I will present the last item. I want to encourage you to go home, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, next item is 5C, receive the FICMAT report of findings.
So to support our fiscal health, the San Mateo County Office of Education engaged the fiscal crisis management assistance team. And we had on August 29th and 30th an on-site visit by a team from FICMAT, and the report of findings, which was published within the packet, is what our FICMAT team came and shared with us. So.
Thank you so much. And just a point of order before we start the presentation, I just again want to remind folks, once we introduce the topic, we're closed for public comments, but we do have one public comment in writing, which I will read after the presentation, just so everyone's aware, and then we'll open for board questions and comments after that.
And sorry, I just want to introduce Tammy Montero for being here, and thank you for coming to us tonight, Tammy, and for leading with your team the report that we have tonight.
Thanks. Thank you. It's really great to be here. I don't have as nice of a voice as the person before me. He was delightful. And my name is Tammy Montero. I'm a chief analyst with the Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team. I'm not going to use a PowerPoint tonight. I think that the report speaks for itself. And I'll refer to different page numbers as I'm going along, but I'll try to keep it brief and be open for questions if you have any when I'm finished. So, as it was mentioned, it was in coordination with the San Mateo County Office of Education that we were engaged in this work. The fiscal health risk analysis is something that is was brought into the statute with the budget in 2018. And there's an introduction about when we call it automatic engagement in the event of some certain things that can happen with the school district's budget. Disapproved budget, negative interim reports. And in the instance of this district, it was a lack of going concern designation.
So what initiated this visit was that designation by the county office, and as such, we were deployed to come here and perform this work. And you're one of the only districts, there's another one right now in the state that also, this is a repeat visit for us. So this isn't your first time. If you were on the board in 2020, we had a group of staff that came out at that time. And so we have the benefit of being able to show changes over time from the 2020 report to this current report, and that's included as an appendix to this study. I'm not going to go into who ThickMat, I think you all probably know who we are, a state organization, so I'll save you that. So I'm just going to give you a little overview. We have a summary, which is on this will teach me for printing on this two-sided pieces of paper. Page 6, that talks a little bit about, what the challenges are here. And so we list three main themes that came out and as a process of this. And it's important to note, too, that the fiscal health risk analysis, we weren't in here to, we're not actually allowed to make recommendations as part of this. This is something where we're looking at your processes and procedures in ways that we can, when they have a no response, it's basically something that the district wants to look at to address. And so I think that was something that was already mentioned tonight. This gives you kind of a checklist of things that you want to try to address and to fix. So we're looking for things that have no responses in this checklist. But overall, we found that there's a reliance upon this consultant that the district has been using through Ike Bailey for financial reporting. Oftentimes with FICMAT, we'll go into districts and we'll find that they either don't have enough staff in the business office to carry out this work, or the people are not trained or ready to go. And our time spent with their business office staff, we found that they're delightful and they're well trained and they're ready to do this work. And so we were encouraging the staff to discontinue the use of that consultant. They're going to get to know that information more intimately if they're the ones taking those financials through to the completion, rather than relying on a consultant to do that. Another was, number 2, is the lack of a position control system. In any school district, we are a people business. So we have 85 to 90, usually, % of our budget is a people, it's related to positions and people. And so we use something, in most cases, something called a position control system. And I know we've got some improvements that have happened in the Human Resources Department and in the Payroll Department here. And so we're looking to see that maybe in the future, a position control system, I know they're working on getting it in place, but at the time that we were here for the visit, we really didn't see a lot of evidence of that. And so we really would like to see that come forward as something to help a district. It's often been said that when a district doesn't have a solid position control system and you can't properly account for the numbers of people that you have, there really isn't any other place in your budget that you can make up for an error there. So that's why this is raises to such a level for us. And then lastly, there was a non-standard budget development process that we found. The district is kind of doing a little bit of a rollover method, and we would really like to see more engagement of all different sites and different parts of the organization as a whole. And it looked to be that some of what was going on was just a rollover from one year to the next. And that leaves an opportunity for maybe something that was only supposed to happen once, show up in the budget again for a subsequent year. That shouldn't happen there. So also wanted to point out on page 9, there is a summary with the percentage for the 20 areas in the fiscal health risk analysis. And so I chose the top 5. Those would be budget development and adoption, which is kind of already mentioned, budget monitoring and updates, deficit spending, fund balance and reserve for economic uncertainty, and position control. And I have the page numbers for all of these too in case you wanted to, but I'll save you. I'll save you the that. But so basically, each one of those sections, they're the ones with the highest percentage of risk for this district. The district actually has a risk score of 40.7, and that puts the district in a high risk. Anything over 40% we consider to be high risk for potential insolvency, and that's based on all these areas. So I chose the top 5. And of the things I haven't already mentioned in the summary, I'll just touch a little bit on the deficit spending and inability to maintain reserves. That's the fund balance and economic uncertainty piece. And that's part of why the county office stepped in with that lack of going concern designation. If the district can't maintain that statutory minimum reserve, we start to get nervous, right? And so that was why we have the lack of going concern. The last thing I want to mention is just on the Appendix A, the comparison of 2020 to now. The district actually, as I mentioned in the summary, deteriorated as far as the risk increased. So the position overall has deteriorated in this period, in this time period. And so we would hope to see that things would improve, especially with the nature of this report being that you're basically getting a checklist of things that need to be addressed. And so I encourage the district to start to look at everything that is a no and start to work towards getting it to a yes in cooperation with the County Office of Education. They're a tremendous resource for you. They can help move the mark. So that is the end of my presentation. Do you have any questions for me?
I'll read the comment from the public, which pertains to both this topic and the solvency stabilization plan, which is an item that will be presented later. But it's from Jesse Schick, who's a parent. Dear CUSD administration and board, we are in a real mess financially, which I thought was a simple issue of changing funding status for the district. Then I read the FICMAT report and realized that by their evaluation, this is a problem of our own making. They raised 3 points in their assessment. 1, over reliance on the consultant for financial reporting. While it is not unusual for district consultants to perform this work, it is typically done when there is a vacant position and our staff are unable to do so. The district has staff capable of preparing its financial statements. 2, lack of a position control system. The complete absence of a position control system in the district hinders its ability to monitor the number of its employees, track vacant positions, and determine expected costs per program or site. 3, non-standard budget development process. The district deviates from industry standards by not using its financial system's budget development model. Instead, it uses a rollover budget preparation method, which can lead to inaccurate expenditures being either included or excluded from the budget. To me, it sounds like our solvency stabilization plan in the board packet is over-reliant on making changes that impact students and those who are in contact with them. I suggest that there be a complete review of district office policies, process, and staffing, in addition to other proposed evaluations. Without a complete evaluation across all functions, the FICMAT points will not be addressed and the problems will only perpetuate into the future. I suggest an additional bullet. Evaluate district office policies, processes, and staffing for inefficiencies, over-reliance on the use of consultants, and complete a comparative evaluation to districts of similar size in California to understand how the district deviates from industry standards. Okay, so that's the public comment, and so we'll open up to questions and comments from the board.
Thank you very much for presenting the report. Related to the position control system, is that like a standardized format that would actually, is it just like a list of positions and, you know, openings and what we want to fill, or does it actually like do an analysis of what the needs are?
More the former than the latter.
Okay.
So it's usually integrated with your financial system. And I've seen them so elaborate to where they can be, it can drive payroll, which is even more more beneficial, because then you know that who you're planning to have is actually who you have, and that's who you're paying. Mm-hmm. So, but your question is, there should be in a functioning position control, you have position numbers, and then those
relate to your openings or whatever, whoever you want to have staff, and then you match that with the hired people when you have them, when you're bringing them on. And so your second question was about, maybe staffing ratios. So those determine the number of those position numbers that you have out there.
So, and again, trying to understand the different, we've been looking at what our current staffing is. We had last month, this month, we've got more coming this month. I know that when we look at our budget, we see staffing, and the teachers and administrators are combined into one line item. Would a position control system separate that out?
It's very granular. It's at the position level and the person that's assigned to that position. So sounds like it's more detailed than what you're talking about, something being combined.
Okay. And then, in terms of, so we can go through and look at correcting, how we're doing budgeting, language that I would like to bring to the table would be understanding what our needs are. I know we do a lot of good things in support of our students, and that my wonderment is, in terms of going through all of this checklist, will that actually help us with the discernment piece of, gosh, we know we have constraints. Are there other ways of meeting these needs? Is there other language or other tools that we could, maybe it's not listed by line item, that would tease out that type of assessment that would help us as a board understand? I understand that a small district, it's like a small fish tank. It's harder to keep track of all of these moving parts than a really large fish tank. We don't have economies of scale with every elementary school being 600 to 800 students, and one principal. We don't have the economies of scale. So for a small district, is there a recommended practice for how we do that review and discernment?
Review and discernment as far as how many staff you have?
Well, how we meet them, we've got a new plan. I'm just looking for are there other tools out there that help us reflect on affirming what our staffing is and what our staffing needs are, or are there other ways to gain efficiencies with, let's say, there's classroom teachers and we have a particular, number of students per classroom teacher, with either, if that's right, our classified staff or administrators. Are there other ways to cross-train or redefine roles or recommendations that help us grow? You don't want to burn people out, but are there other things that we can look at?
I just want to say, to a certain extent, the recommendations here that FCMAT has so kindly provided us, and I think is important for us to know, reflect work that we knew needed to be done and that we did not have the capacity to do. It kind of took us to this moment again, and I want to thank Tammy for saying these are the needs based on the fiscal health risk analysis and its metrics and her interviews with her colleagues. And then Mr. Baltima at the county, because these recommendations are already in play. The consultant has already been spoken with, but that represents years and years of practice in the district, and that consultant now will teach the skills to Jennifer Marsh and to Dr. Contreras as fiscal director and deputy superintendent of business services. I will also say that with regard to the position control, that is entirely connected to the county system. and that training is undergoing. But again, it is about a capacity issue with Bianca Forrester. She had sort of begun this, but now is working on this in earnest, and with a new payroll person, these people are learning these skills and building that capacity. And finally, about the general budgeting, it is the same thing that we kind of alluded to, which is we are fortunate that Mr. Baltima, Vanita Singh, and Wendy Richards from the county are working with us again regularly to bring staff to look at these are the budgeting practices that can be used per the county best practices. Did I get that right? Okay.
I just want to open by saying thank you. I found the report extremely helpful. As Sean, you alluded to, these are things that we were prepared and kind of knew needed. We've talked about position control before. We've talked about budget processes before. We've talked about, this is not entirely new. I think it's unfortunate that we received the prior report in 2019 right before the pandemic hit, and kind of a lot of things didn't happen that we would have liked to have happened. With remote learning for a year or so, and then coming back and just focusing really on that. So I appreciate those challenges. I appreciate, the fact that we had a staffing gap. It was hard to not have these youth, and we're so glad that he's back and healthy. And it was both a challenging time, I think, because we had a staffing gap that we're very glad is now filled, but also I think the blessing in disguise is Jennifer got a little, trial by fire into the job, and kind of maybe was kind of learning the skills before, and it's okay, now you're doing the job of a CBO, and you got a lot more budgetary experience. So I agree with what you've said too, and what we've seen and heard as well, that now we're so much better positioned to make those changes than we were before. Also because of the allocation of resources that we have to human resources before, that we didn't have before as well, because previously it was in one position that was trying to do too much and couldn't really do a lot of the critical things. But with Bianca now on board, having caught up to the backlog of hiring, which was the first priority, to make sure we had classroom teachers as much as we could, that she can take on more of these systemic issues like position control, working closely with Jesus and Jennifer and payroll. And we have such a great collaborative team now as well within all those departments that can really work together, because this is all collaborative. So I appreciate all those pieces coming together. And also to say around, in your summary, I appreciate, because there can be some confusion when people look at our budget, what are the numbers going up and down? But I appreciate that you stated very clearly in the report that the decline in reserves is attributed primarily to salary settlements that exceeded the increase in revenue the district received. And you talked about I did actually print the 2019 report and went through it, and I highlighted what happened, what were the points in 2019 and what were the points now, what was different, what changed for the better, for the worse. And I know that's one piece that you highlighted as well, that previous increases exceeded the COLA, and which is nice to do if you can, but certainly when it was, it's based on relatively optimistic budgetary assumptions, is extremely risky, and did end up, as I think Sean, you even mentioned earlier tonight, causing us a lot of financial pain now because those projections didn't come through. So I think that's also very important for our board and our community to understand. When we take risks like that, it could end us, back in a position like this. So I think it's such a really helpful asset that we have this report, and that we have an ongoing collaboration with the County Office of Ed that can help us more easily onboard these new tools, which is a massive undertaking for a school district to be able to change their financial systems. But I think through the position control and through the budget kind of more of a bottoms-up budgetary process that's more inclusive of site leaders and department heads, I think that will be really helpful. And that will also, in a way, bring more resource to the business services department to be able to not have to like figure it out all on our own. But again, now that things are like calmer, people aren't freaking out about, sanitizer and masks so much anymore. We can be on the school sites, we can actually have the breadth to catch up and take care of some of the systems. So that's what I wanted to just, comment and thank you for that.
Ditto and thank you. Another question might be, in terms of our process going forward, I do recall a few years ago going through PICMAT and having recommendations on where we do cuts and how we do budget. My request would be perhaps a blend of what we did, some of, making these corrections, yes, and perhaps whether it's public or in closed session, a couple of study sessions or at least some time dedicated to the budget with all of the board. I do remember under prior superintendent, prior CEO, being able to look at the budget and understand the if-thens. If we do this, this happens. And it literally like a touch screen on Excel, so we understood the ramifications. And that's something that that I think we haven't had in a while, and that would be really healthy for us.
I just do want to point out, I don't want to lift the veil too much about negotiations, but it is the case that the board and the superintendent and the chief business officer look at negotiations, and we have provided those materials to the board, if then, a theory of action, looking at percentages, offering percentages in raises in the past. And I just want to make sure that everybody understands that we did that in 2022 when we gave a $5,000 increase across every salary step of the salary schedule for CUTA, a 5.29% equivalent for CSEA and non-represented. And I don't want to sugarcoat this. We looked at those calculations. We went to negotiations. We kept doing the if then, and then we got to that number. And then I want to cut to the chase here. What you will see is what Sophia mentioned earlier from the report is basically, as I try to say it neutrally and try to not make it about any particular class of employee, our expenses for compensation and benefits exceeded our revenues. Our projections were higher than what came in. It is a math problem. I am someone who recognizes that we projected too much. We worked with the board. We worked with the negotiations tables to fashion deals based on projections that were faulty. I think that is a lesson, an object lesson for us now. I think it causes consternation for people who see, well, this is what the state is giving in a COLA, without understanding potentially the fine grain aspects of our budget. I think this is a wake-up call, again, because the last time we were in here was the same thing. Our raises, our compensation, our benefits, when that's 80% to 90% of the school district's budget, I saw that also in the report, average, when those numbers go up, that takes us to a different place. So we can cut services, we can cut different types of employees, et cetera, but at the end of the day, the aggregate, that is really what pushed us over. And I do want to recall and make sure that the public understands we did look at different ramifications. If you pay this much, this is what it would cost. It was just based on faulty projections. And I think that is an object lesson to us too, which is I think we do need to have more scrutiny with Dr. Contreras, with Ms. Marsh, with the help of the county, and to not approve or not consider that kind of expense again until we really know what our revenues shall be. This is confounded now, of course, because of the way that taxes are. I know that, we're submitting taxes October 15th. We were not going to know again. I'll recall in 2019 when FCMAT first came and then presented in February of 2020, here we were in this place, and we actually told our bargaining units, I'm sorry, here we are, FCMAT's here, we're in a lack of going concern. We have a changing economic condition, we can offer nothing. And then the next year, 2020, 10 months later in October, November of 2020, we got the numbers in, we were basic aid, and all of a sudden I was saying to our legal advisor at the time, we have to get back to the table. And we were able to pass a 3% raise retroactively for 1920 and a 3% for 2021, and had labor peace for a brief respite, and then got into the next year and negotiated. And again, when the smoke cleared and when we finally actually found out what our projections were and that they were less than half of what we projected, based on the assessment tracker, the taxes, et cetera, and we flipped back to LCFF. I hope I'm getting all these details right, Jesus. That really put us, it was like the perfect storm. Jennifer's described it as a perfect storm. I know people hate metaphors, but this is the roller coaster this district has experienced for decades. It's a flipper district. You have moments where it looks like you have money, and then all of a sudden the bottom falls out. You're no longer basic aid, and we're never rich basic aid. We're always poor basic aid for a minute, and then we're flipping back to local control funding formula. But I do want to just make sure, to your point, Kim, that everybody understands in the last bargaining session, we did use calculators. We did show with the board, this is what it would look like. We actually did announce that to the public, too. If we gave this much, if we gave this much, if we gave this much, this is what it would cost. We were transparent about that in negotiations updates. I do want to also note that going forward, there will be an agreement for us, a decision for us to provide negotiations updates after our negotiation sessions so that that is transparent and on the website. I think that is an important point. It's something that the board has requested and something that the county and FCMAT have said is a normal and best practice. At the end of the day, as painful as it is, as difficult as this can be, as much as people can impugn the motives of that type of thing, it is the public's dollars, and they do need to know how it's spent. And that is a lot of why we do these presentations for the board, for the public. I just want to make that point.
Just wanted to add that as a result of these exercises in wonderful Lemonade, we have gotten the support from the San Mateo County Office of Education from FCMAT to come and support us and be with us as we do the transitioning and implementation of the measures that are in the report. And we will continue to work with them, and they, both agencies have really shown that we have in-house the expertise that can get us and walks us through. So we really know that Jennifer can really move forward, and this expertise, and the expertise of the agency that consultants even has offered to support us. So I think that it's a good lemonade in the sense that we are in this situation, but we have the supports that we will need to move forward.
I also want to ask one question of you, and then one comment to the board. So my question is, would you say, as far as like the best practices around ongoing expenses, how would you advise us in terms of how we look at our reserves when we make commitments towards ongoing expenses? Is it a good idea to use reserves for ongoing expenses?
No, that's often a way that there's a disconnect between labor and management, basically, that you see something sitting in an ending balance, your fund balance, and that is one-time money. So whenever I'm trying to work with districts that are struggling. I will say, you never, this is a quote that comes from our friends at School Services of California, you never use one-time dollars to support something that eats. So that's something you would never do. That's something that you're going to have to pay over and over and over again. Well, as soon as you spend it and it's one time, it's gone. And so your fund balance is one of those things. And so looking at what's in that reserve, which is your fund balance, it's something that if you're to do something related to negotiations with that, best practice would be something that's a one-time nature, one-time monies, one-time income, one-time expense. You don't want to ever match an ongoing expense to a one-time source.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I also want to point out to you one minor item that you didn't mention, but I want to mention to the group here too, is around ongoing training that we can be doing as well to make sure that not only our wonderful staff is doing all that they can do to support the financial solvency of our district, but that we're continuing to hone our skills as well as far as the financial management training. And again, I'll put a plug in for the CSBA ABC Annual Education Conference is happening in San Francisco finally again after like a 5-year hiatus in San Diego. So we don't have to travel. It's a lot easier and more cost effective to attend now. And of course, they have a ton of online trainings as well too. If that doesn't work out. So I would encourage my colleagues. I will be there and for sure attending financial sessions as well as others to consider that opportunity too. So anything else? No? Okay, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Tammy, thank you.
Tammy. All right, so it's 8:45, way in excess of when we usually like to take our breaks.
This item was listed as an action item.
Oh, okay. So
we have to receive the report of findings.
Okay. Anyone want a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Carmen. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Passes 4+1.
Thank you. Okay, so let's break for a realistically 10-minute intermission, and then we'll come back.
I need a...
Oh. 5D, Cabrillo Unified School District Fiscal Stabilization Plan and San Mateo County Office of Education Fiscal Oversight. Jesus.
One thing that Tammy, good evening, members of the board, and let me go ahead and get started by saying that statement that Tammy said that the role of reserves in any school district and keeping up reserves, enough reserves, then the shifts and the little storms, they do not come as harsh on our operation. So we start by remembering what has been already expressed, that the fact that our revenues did not come in as we anticipated. We anticipated a 4%. We ended up that year with a 1.73%. That's very, very lower than we anticipated. That sent a storm. And that when that happens and we don't have the appropriate reserves, then the program becomes a problem. When that happens, and then we get the salary increases on non-realized revenues projected, then everything happens at the same time, where we had to go back to be an LCFF school for that year. All of those things that happen, the roller coaster of finance occurs. Well, it did happen to us, and that immediately required the attention of our fiscal monitors, which is the San Mateo County Office of Education, that has been with us, and immediately assigned a fiscal advisor that has been meeting with us on a weekly basis. And you do remember how we got here, 22-23, with two first interim, second interim as qualified, and then by the time the County Office of Education required that we did a third interim, that ended up to be negative. It spirals down, which puts us into a 23-24 budget that we would also brought to you, to the board, as negative. The numbers that we looked at adoption, obviously the bottom looks that we were not going to be meeting our 3% required reserved, and what we needed to do then is to be engaged with the County Office of Education, that immediately said, okay, you need to do a FICMAT study and then get that brought to you, and it was brought to you today. So starting in June, the board received a lack of going concern letter in which it established that we needed to get a solvency and fiscal stabilization plan, which is what we have been working to get, and with the guidance and expertise from our County Office of Education, that has continued to happen. And the report that you received today, the report for the Fiscal Process and Management Assistance, FICMAT. We also, under the guidance of the County Office of Education, it has been, so let's take a look at how did this happen, why did this happen, and what do you need to do to secure that. So it is required that by statute that we come up with that solvency and fiscal stabilization plan to address the things that were depicted on that letter, which is what are you going to do to address the 2.8 million negative fund balance as it was reflected at the beginning of the summer, and what ways, what do we need to do to eliminate the deficit spending, which is what staffing needs, what staffing measures we need to take, hiring practices, and how do we monitor our ADA making sure that if we are an LCFF school district, that is like the first thing that we need to look at. Is ADA. How is that working or being monitored, so that we could then look at the staffing ratios and act in consequence. And this will include then what else are we then spending on? What stipends? What extra pay? What's the role of overtime in all of the spending that we do? And very importantly, how is it that we are spending the one-time dollars that we received? And looking at all those things, since we were in this condition, we came back to the board and said, may we spend these dollars for this other, to get some relief from these conditions. So to do this, and to gather the information for a solvency and fiscal stabilization plan, in the business office, we met with cabinet-level staff. We met with Leticia, we met with Bianca, we met with Martha, and said, what can we do to alleviate our situation? What potential reductions and savings can we take a look at? And started compiling all of that, all of those reductions and savings. And opened to our public, Holly and I are meeting regularly with the Budget Advisory Committee. We met yesterday, and we will continue to meet to get the input and to get to see what our public is going to be, what ideas there are out there, what is that they see that we could take a look at, and then exercise some savings, exercise some reductions. So in November, we are bringing to the board then a dynamic, live solvency and fiscal stabilization plan that we will be asking for your commitment, for the board commitment, to implement measures that will get us to support our solvency plan. And that is going to be basically in the form that would look something like this. 1,000, that is our certificated positions, 2,000 our classified positions, or 3,000, which would be the result of whatever measures of savings and or reductions that we would have to have. And then what are things that we are not going to be then spending current year and the out years, the 2024, 25, and 25, 26. So we will be bringing this to you for approval as a concept of with what has happened. What will happen has happened is because thanks to Jennifer, who has really gone back with the support from our County Office of Education to really look down into what are expenditures that, number one, we could assign in 23-24 to one-time funds as authorized by the board, and then that is to take a look at how we can make those transfers, and then see what other savings we can do. Why? And at this year, 23-24, we can only count on attrition, because by law we would have to do the reductions, any reductions that we are programming. It would have to be by March 15th. We have to follow all the legal protocol to do that. But attrition, that's what we have right now. So a list of all of these measures is the same thing that we are going to be sharing with the Budget Advisory Committee. We yesterday, finally, this is the second time that we have already brought this to the committee, and we will do work in there so that recommendations implementable plan come to the board, and it is going to be dynamic. It's going to be a live plan that will continue to be refined, and we will continue to get the board updated on that. So. Okay, Rosie, thank you. What are next steps? We will continue to have an outstanding item at each one of the meetings, informing the board, informing you of what our steps are coming, and we will thankfully continue with the support and the guidance from our fiscal agent, San Mateo County Office of Education, or that monitor our steps towards recovery, and we will then implement the recommendations from the FICMAT report that you received today. We are working closely with principals to get our schools efficiently for the 24-25 school year. And we have been emphasizing the notion that it is now that we need to look at what the staffing is going to be looking like for the 24-25 school year. And we will continue then to see what else we can identify as reductions and savings. The next steps for us is ones that we have looked at all the transfers that we could exercise thus far, that Jennifer has been the key in making sure that occurs, that we will continue to move in that direction, continue to bring reports to the board, continue to our journey until we can get to the point where we can see that we are in the black and that we have a clear path towards solvency, and that our County Office of Education releases from continues to support us, but we're not something that they would worry about us, about our solvency. And Kevin is our fiscal advisor from his deputy superintendent from the San Mateo County Office of Education. He's going to be addressing the board and letting you know what our journey has been.
Good evening, Board President Lane, members of the board. Nobody wants to hear an accountant talk at 9 o'clock in the evening, so I will be very brief. The County Office of Ed, though, serves as the intermediary agency between the state of California and local education agencies. We have authority under AB or Assembly Bill 1200 to provide fiscal oversight to school districts within our county. One of those authorities is to review district budgets and determine whether or not districts will be able to meet their obligations in the current year and 2 subsequent years as well. I was going to walk through, also we're here to provide progressive assistance and intervention to ensure that you are fiscally solvent. I was going to walk through kind of the different steps, but I'm just going to go straight to the point. We issued a letter of lack of going concern in June. We had about 4 requirements that we asked of the district. Not all of those were completed. We had a follow-up letter pointing out a new deadline. 3 of the 4 have now been met. And since then, we have moved on to a new fiscal year. And so we have conditionally approved your 2023-24 budget with, again, a couple different requirements to hopefully get an approval. One of them is to have a standing agenda item so that we can speak to the board and the public as needed. One of the key other was to have budget transfers for the current year. So for the 23-24 year, budget transfers that took into account some of the one-time spending in the prior year that got carried over into budget in the current year. And then the other was to have the fiscal solvency and stabilization plan approved by the board. And then would be the basis as we then evaluated your budgets going forward. We have until October 22nd to inform the state of California if we will have any disapproved budgets. And we have been working with your staff to revise your multi-year projection. San Mateo County Office of Ed has provided training and support in the following areas. We provided training on position control module within the financial system, We've been working to develop new tools for a multi-year projection for the district. We have provided a new multi-year projection tool that we think will be helpful for documenting the assumptions used in the budget itself. We are using financial trend analysis to take a look at what really has happened over the last 3 to 5 years so that we can do a better job of projecting in the future. And we are on site every Thursday afternoon and have been attending all the board meetings since we issued our letter of lack of going concern. Just final next steps. Jesus pointed out a number of these, but it appears to us that based on budget transfers that have already been made related to a draft fiscal solvency plan, that we will be able to approve the 2023-24 budget. However, we do expect to then issue a new lack of going concern letter for the 23-24 fiscal year, mainly because we do see continued deficit spending in the multi-year projection and certainly a lack of reserves. It is important that the board approve the fiscal solvency and stabilization plan. As Jesus mentioned, it can change, but actually going through and making that public and then having that be part of your first interim, second interim report is really imperative. We'll continue to work with your administration to address the FCMAT fiscal health risk assessment and implement actions related to the fiscal solvency and stabilization plan itself. So with that, I'm opening questions about our role.
Thank you so much, both of you. I had 2 questions regarding what you just described, Kevin. One is in terms of timing of approval of the fiscal stabilization plans. I know, Jesus, you mentioned you would present it next month. I'm assuming we don't need to receive the information and approve it in the same meeting, because that can sometimes be a little bit difficult. Like, can it come back in December for approval?
We don't have any authority to tell you exactly what to do, but it would certainly reflect our review of your budget's first interim, and it may follow up as it relates to our lack of going concern new letter in 23-24. Time is imperative. When you are in financial distress, the sooner you take action, the better. A reduction or a change in the budget in the current year has multi-year implications, so the sooner you act to form an actual formalized plan, I just would encourage the board to do that.
So without recommending we receive it and approve it in November, you would probably recommend?
If that was, yes, my recommendation is you could take a look at it or approve it. Again, it will change. You can change over time. It won't be specific because you all as a board have other opportunities for more specificity related to if you do have reductions in staff, you'll have to go through a particular kind of service resolution. That again, earlier the better, and then you'll actually have resolutions related to any layoffs that you would do in February or March in preparation for the March 15th deadline.
So the level of detail for that presentation and that plan in November would be like looking at that like condensed stats report type thing that says like cut this much from this category, cut this much from this category. So it's like pretty high level.
High level. I do encourage full-time equivalent references.
Yeah.
And you may even see reductions related to deficit and also potentially reductions related to staffing ratios. But certainly you're not at a point where you can talk about specific positions themselves. Certainly you don't have names at this point in time. But having a plan that actually has FTE by object code is important.
Okay, that's helpful. That's helpful because that was a slightly different approach than we had last time, which was much more granular, which is why we needed more time to be able to process it and think about it, and then come back in December. But if it sounds pretty high level relative to what we had done before and wanted else to do, so that makes sense. And my second question is about the budget transfers. Can you like explain that term a little bit more for us so we understand it?
It also applies to your previous point. Administration has been going through the budget and has identified almost $2 million of changes in budget transfers. A good example is textbooks were purchased in the 2022-23 year, over $400,000. That budget was rolled over, but there is not an intent, as we understand from the district, to actually purchase those in the 23-24 year. So a budget transfer to reduce the supply budget by that amount.
Okay, so basically it's like kind of changing your budget estimates.
Correct. Yeah. Which is part of the plan itself. So bringing that to the board to actually point out the work that administration has already done would be important as well.
Okay, good.
Thanks. And thank you for being here, Kevin. So when you're here on Thursdays, are you working just with staff? Are you available for Q&A?
I'm available to the district, so I have been working with administrative staff.
Okay. One question I had, I know that as we're looking at, the slide that had like the 1,000, 2,000, we had certificated salaries, and I know that that includes teachers as well as administrators. Does that ever get teased out in more granularity in other districts?
Absolutely. It's actually in the standardized accounting code structure. Your teacher salaries are typically in your 1100s. Your counselors are in your 1200s. Administrative staff is in your 1300s.
Okay, so that would help us for breaking it out to understanding where we're spending.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's in this typical standard, this typical SACS report shows that level of detail, correct?
The summary view that you get at the front page does combine them, so you don't see them there, but they're certainly reporting out of the financial system that can provide you that detail.
And is it, from what you, are there other, so I'm going back to a similar question that I had earlier in terms of best practices for us as a board in understanding the details, and again, not truly not about negotiations, but in understanding how the budgets are put together and what options for staffing there might be. Are study sessions usually like open session type study sessions, or do boards do closed session? What do you see happening?
You wouldn't be able to do a closed session. It doesn't meet one of the 6 or 7 requirements to actually do a closed session, so it would have to be done in public.
And not for decisional, but is that something that you've seen other districts?
I have, and it can be sometimes effective and sometimes maybe not as effective. I would say when I look at the information that was presented this evening, your number one issue is going to be your staffing ratios. My guess is your contract for teaching staff is probably your secondary level, 30 to 35 to 1. What I saw this evening was you're at 21, 22 to 1.
And I would venture to guess that being in a comprehensive high school and trying to offer classes that meet all the population's interests and needs for families, that we run things that tend to be a little bit lower. So maybe there's creative ways in programming that we can alternate electives, not run them every year, but put them on a rotation to increase class sizes. So, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. And again, I'm thinking my mental corollary is running solicitations for the government for NASA. And so sometimes we don't ask for the same thing every year or the class. Anyway, so are those ways to help us save money?
I think the important part is that your financial office is providing you accurate information in which you can make those types of decisions.
I do think that the staffing report you received tonight did show very clearly, despite what you would say with cost per pupil, it would show you very clearly that by contract, if you were staffing by contract, particularly at the secondary level, there is much savings to be made. These are, when communities get used to that and that level of staffing, of course it can be painful to staff otherwise. But when you need to staff otherwise, that's what you do.
Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Kevin, we do appreciate, and I just want to say, I appreciate being able to meet with you before board meetings, along with Jesus and Jennifer, and I know that they have greatly appreciated your support, as well as your colleagues Wendy Richards and Benita Singh. You guys have been fantastic, and I do appreciate also the work that you have been doing with us that is coherent with the FCMAT recommendations about our budget development, and in particular about no longer needing a consultant. and relying on you for that technical assistance, and also the position control. Without the San Mateo County Office of Education, those skills and that capacity building for the business department and our district could not happen. So I am very grateful to you, sir.
Very grateful for the commitment to continue supporting our Jennifer and myself getting this done.
Thank you so much. Okay, so that closes that item, which was the presentation, so no action needed. And we'll go to 5E, Cabrillo Unified School District Bond Program Update. Jesus.
Going on to Fund 21, the bond dollars that we are grateful that we have gotten from our taxpayers. And Rosie, can you help me with this? Thank you. Going back to the notion that remembering that we had Measure S from back in June of 2012 for $81 million, and in 2018 Measure M for $99 million. Of those dollars that we had, can you get it? Okay. We Measure S, this spring, we sold the last $23 million from Measure S, which we have handy to continue our bond program, and we have $24 million yet to sell from Measure M. So that's what status of the revenue that we had from Measure S and Measure M. Of those dollars that we have on hand, that we have two projects that we need to, two major programs, the Fairlawn View project and the El Granada project. And we have with us today the QKA architect firm, which are doing the design and the support of the El Granada project, of which we are going to be updating you today. Let me remind you, Holly. Did I call you Holly? Rosie, thank you. Fund 25, that's a reminder that we collect developer fee that every time that somebody in the community is building something, we get developer fees. And under government code, we get to use those fees for some specific purposes, which include anything that is going to be helping us to house our students. So we have $2.2 million that we are going to be addressing as appropriate in our bond program. So we also have Fund 40. Get the next one, Rosie. Fund 40, where we deposited the proceeds from the lawsuit that we had from Building C at Cunha, and we also have those in Fund 40, those funds that may be used and designated to support the district-wide capital outlay initiatives, which is part of also will be part of the bond program. And as we continue then, those two projects, those are the pots of dollars that we are anticipating to use in our bond program. Oh my God. Rosie, can you please? At Fairlawn View, we have core construction, and we have met them here, and the architects are Studio W. Then we are going for the modernization of Building A, which is ongoing, and we will be doing Building B and MU as Phase 2. We got the CEQA exemption, and we did not need a coastal development permit. So that is going, and we are going to have a big party on November 13 up in Montera at Fairlawn View. We are getting all of the details, and you will receive the invite shortly. And so we are moving right forward with the Fairlawn View for the Fairlawn View project. Rosie, may I have that November 13, mid to late morning, 9:30 to 10:30, and then there will be opportunity for our students to have pictures taken, and we'll invite all the dignitaries that you tell me to invite, and we okay, very good. So that is some renderings of what that project is going to be looking like, that big shade structure that is going to be serving to bring together all of those three buildings and making it a very beautiful beautiful space for our students and our staff. Next, Rosie. Another rendering, and then another rendering of that project as we anticipated. It's on its way. But we also have that other big project at El Granada. El Granada is the next slide, Rosie. El Granada, we have the construction company. We have selected Rodan, but Quatrucki, Cook Architects from QKA, Mark and his team have been with us and have helped us over the years to get to build our dreams for several of our projects. We are going under the DSA approval, and the first phase, which will be the building, what we call the 0.5 complex, and the construction of a new building. The 0.5 complex is swing space that we will be using, that we will, like we did at Hatch, continue to use once we finish those buildings. In here, we do need to have a coastal development permit, and that is delaying our progress. It is in progress, however. We have had support from the county, and we get we're moving it forward, but it is delaying our progress. The next slide is site plan of the different, all that it can go, all that we conceive that it could go at El Granada. Now, this is something that, after studying, it's what is possible. This is what is possible at El Granada. But today, what we want to bring to you as information is, with the dollars that we have, and to square what we need to square, we would be then looking at engineering, value engineering these projects, and getting some of these things, these possibilities for another time. What we are interested in doing is that integration of what I told you would be phase one, which is new building plus the swing space and the 0.5, and the modernization of the rest of the buildings. So that will allow us to then get the next slide, Rosie. As part of these studies that we have been doing collectively with the site and with our QKA architects, what the next renderings are is something that our experts architects are going to be going over with you, and what the thoughts are, and then I'll come back and wrap this up. Mark is the genius of the firm, and here he is.
Hardly. Very nice to see you, and we realize how late this is, so I think Carl and I will be quick. You're used to seeing Lyanne. She's at a conference in Chicago, so I want to take advantage of this and come see you, because it's been a while since I got a chance to come see you. So I'm going to turn this over to Carl. He's the project architect for us. What I want to tell you is our goal for today is to really walk through just in simple site plans. You've seen our renderings. You've seen a lot of the pretty pictures. Today, what Carl's going to do is sort of walk you through just in site plans how we're going to get using different phases of work. And I concur with Jesus that while not everything in the master plan is being realized, I'm quite pleased the most substantial portions of the work, what you're going to see Carl showing, we're going to get very far with what our goals and aspirations were for El Granada. With that, I'll turn this over to Carl.
Yeah, so as Mark said, my name's Carl, and I'm a project architect at QKA. That means I get to, actually, I wanted to start by saying I get to show you the shortest slideshow I've ever given, which is really exciting this time of night. Yeah, so I get to work with your staff at the district to help develop the improvements that will serve El Granada staff and teachers and students and the parents when their students are being served. And it's a job I love to do, mostly because I have kids myself, but I've mentioned to a few of you, I used to serve on a board of a small school too, so I understand the urge to do the work and the difficulty, and so I love being able to help you guys do that. I'm going to ask you, Rosie, to probably switch the slides. So the following slides show a very high, if we can go back to, the pink one. So in phase one, which is what has been designed, and I get to say, as of this morning, the new classroom building has been approved by all the departments at DSA. So that's a really good thing to be able to say. I was really excited to hear that this morning. Yeah, it's not like I didn't do any of that, but I watched it being done. So just kind of get you an idea of what's happening in each phase. So obviously the focus of phase one is the new classroom building, its surrounding landscape. But in addition, before that, there's going to be a brand new play area featuring some standard, but also some very custom, very nice play equipment. And the swing space, which you see in the upper right-hand corner there, which will be 6 classrooms, plus a student restroom building, nicely situated to support the physical education area on the east side of campus. And then some parking lot improvements, primarily accessible parking spaces, a new longer drop-off zone, and accessible paths into the campus. And then as you'll see, the cluster up on the right that, as Jesus mentioned, will remain afterwards to provide future flexibility. So you can go to the next slide, please. So in phase two, this is the part that I'm working on day to day. It's in design now, and we're working with cost estimators to be very careful about how we spend the limited funds so that, as Mark said, you kind of get the most bang for your buck. We're focusing on educational facilities and facilities for staff. So briefly, the kind of tall, long rectangular building at the top is getting a consolidated administration and student support services area, which is really nice. Some of the facilities which have been in various locations are going to be consolidated there. It'll be nice for both students, they have a place to go, and also any parents that have to come and meet with specialists. It'll all be right there by the beginning of campus. We'll be modernizing the historic kindergarten building and enlarging 2 classrooms in the other rectangular building, which also contains the library, to make pre-K kindergarten-sized classrooms kind of in a core little area, and modernization of the library space, and a refresh of the multi-use building, which is kind of at the center of campus. And then some landscape improvements to the core kind of quad between those 4 buildings. And then the one last part of phase 2 is a dedicated kindergarten playground, which will be located out near the other playground area. But then the thing that I wanted to introduce, and this is kind of something, that these are not all the improvements that the district wants to make. So there's some early discussions about, if we go to the last slide, future work. which would be a modernization or potentially replacement of the multi-use building. Some more substantial landscaping possibly within that core courtyard, where we would like to see what we call outdoor educational spaces, spaces that supplement the traditional interior classrooms. There's thoughts about a U10 soccer field over there on the right-hand side, and there's potential for some even more expanded PE space on the right side of campus. The soccer field and the play area you see on the right, that's reserved now for staging for construction of phase one, so that's why that kind of can't happen until later on. So yeah, just wanted to give you guys an idea of what's happening kind of in the different phases. I hope to be back next month to give you more detail about phase two and what's been going on there.
And I just want to step in here and say, you saw on the earlier slide a breakdown of the phase one and phase two. I want to remind the board and the public that you had approved phase one and two for Fairlawn View, phase one for El Granada, and this is the refinement work that we've been working on to get to what phase two would be like, at which point, when that is completely refined, we would bring that back, as Carl has said and Mark has talked about, then the board could approve that, and I think that that was estimated trying to do it at $20 million. So, you know, something like 20 million or between 20 and 25 at Fairlawn View, and then 20 plus 25, like 45 million at El Granada, which would make sense when you consider that one school is about 200 and one's about 300.
As we look into, as Carl was saying, the next step it would be for us to bring you a GMP, guaranteed maximum price, for the new building that we just got full DSA and the 0.5 complex. So that's one part of it, and then also bringing you the authorization, ask for your authorization for that Carl referred to, the modernization part of it. So we would then once we get the permit, the coastal development permit, then we would, after we bring you a GMP for approval next month, and the phase two next month also, then we will be having those two phases going through. Once we get that participation, then we would have to get some other general construction, the selection for phase two, etc. All that good stuff that will be coming up. So I also always want to bring the notion that in the bond program, governing board approves all project designs and the cost, superintendent executes and asks me to execute, and the Citizen Oversight Committee then take a look and make sure that the proceeds from the bond are spent on the bond projects, and then annually we get an independent annual financial audit that we also bring to the board. So those are the four things that we keep always as we develop our bond program. Any questions?
I just want to make a point too. Look, we can be ambitious, we can hope, but I will say that everything is contingent. It's the lawyer answer. It depends. Everything depends on a red wheelbarrow. No, that's William Carlos Williams. Everything depends on DSA approval, on CEQA, and on coastal development permit. That is the regulatory what if. And as much as I keep asking about, and it's just music to my ears to hear that DSA has approved the new building, which is going to be chef's kiss, pièce de résistance. But that CEQA and that coastal development permit, I just want to manage expectations. That is not something we control. I thank the architects for working through that, working with Dr. Contreras, who's been talking to the county, but that is a regulatory, that's the thing that we don't necessarily have control over.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you guys for being here to talk about El Granada. For the phase one,
I'm sorry, we do have a public comment to read before we go into board comments. I'm sorry, I apologize.
To make sure that we were done with the presentation.
Yes, we are.
Great. Okay, so then I'll read the public comment. It's from Brianna LaFontaine. My name is Brianna LaFontaine. I'm commenting today as a parent, community member, voter, taxpayer, and proponent of Measure M. I'm unable to be at the board meeting in person, but I am watching online. Hi, Brianna. I got to the design review meeting as soon as I could this morning to hear what was being said about the proposed workforce housing project. After listening to negative comment after negative comment from the community, I noticed what looked like 7 architects or architect-type people. In summary, the people the district are paying for this project. All I could think of was what a colossal waste of time and money. I can't even comment on how I feel about the actual project, because it shouldn't be happening. There is no, or at least there should not be any money to even discuss a new project within our district. During the September 21st Brews and Views, it was stated that $500K had been spent on the housing project so far, and that the money was from the $12 million Cunha lawsuit settlement that concluded in summer of 2022. 5 days later, on September 26th, during the Bond Oversight Committee meeting, it was stated that the soccer field on the El Granada Elementary construction plan was being removed because we did not have the money to cover the $600,000 cost. In review, the district took the $12 million settlement, put it in Fund 40, a less restrictive fund that does not follow the bond measure language, and has started funding a project that has shown no community approval thus far, while deleting items that co-signers not only approve but are paying tax dollars on. I believe in having a facilities dollar reserve for emergencies that arise, so I understand that using every dollar we have right now, but you can't say that we have no money to give our children in community playable fields and then spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in a project without community approval. School board members, please immediately stop any more spending on the workforce housing project and any other projects that do not fall under our bond measure parameters, and move that money to where it belongs in the same category as our bond dollars to be used on community approved projects. There are plenty of them. Thank you. All right, so now open to comments and questions from the board.
thank you. So my question had to do with phase one and the parking lot. Could you reiterate what is planned for phase one on the parking lot?
Absolutely. It's pretty minor. We have to provide handicap accessible parking, and I could show you the slide, but it's up against the sidewalk. We have to improve the path that goes along the edge of the sidewalk into the campus to provide accessibility. And then there's some low-level lighting that have to be provided along that pathway so that people have a safe path of travel. That's it.
Can that be...
It's shielded light, sorry.
Shielded light, but
Yes.
can it also be on sensors so it's not on all night?
The answer is yes. I was hesitating. The only time it needs to be there is when there's occupants on site. So you're quite right. Let's say there's an open house and it's done at 9 o'clock at night, then there is a way that could be turned off once that activity is done. So
Right.
you're absolutely correct.
So either sensors or on a timer, so
all those
it's
things are
not,
possible.
because truly more nights than not.
You're absolutely right.
It's lovely to see the moon on the water, and the neighbors can't see the moon on the water. There's lights on in that zone.
I completely support that.
And then, which of course, dark sky lighting on the rest of campus and lights, et cetera. Is there landscaping intended or trees?
No, you mean for the parking lot?
For the parking
No,
lot.
there's none planned there. The only planting that Carl pointed out is in the core of the campus.
Okay. And then last question, are the trash cans being moved somewhere?
Oh, I want to turn it to the expert here. Okay. I mean, you may not know that either, Carl.
I'm not the expert, but I do know a lot of yeah, there's a lot of talk about, so looking at this slide, so a lot of the landscape exterior area here, the drawings are old, so they do show trees, but as my understanding is, there's no trees anymore. Where the two trees are at the bottom of the parking lot, which is also where the handicap parking is, that's currently where the trash cans are.
Yeah.
So they're being, I think that they're moved, actually, my slide doesn't show the whole thing, off to the left-hand side, and you might know.
They're all the way to the left. They line up with the island of the street.
Okay, I would be interested in seeing what that elevation looks like, just because of sight lines driving around for, so yes, full disclosure, I live across the street, but also for neighbors in the area. I mean, again, we have so much property that on this site that already has buildings. If we don't have to create another barrier, it would be highly desirable.
We can definitely provide that. We'll get it through Dr. Contreras.
I just want to say thank you for the updates, both on the financial side and the program overview side, and a little bit more details on the El Granada side. I think it was nice to see kind of like the way you showed it, like highlighting the phase 1 and phase 2 was very helpful, just with the colors and the map, because it really helped clarify. And it was really nice to see that the majority of the work, will be done in phase 1 and phase 2, and maybe you can kind of see if they're really, what the future holds for their remaining projects, and if they're, how we can kind of think about how those get addressed. So that was really helpful and great to see, because like you said, the vast majority of the learning spaces, that's the priority, and those are definitely addressed. The exception of the multi-use room, which I assume is in as good a shape as it looks. Like it, I guess, if it's not a highest priority, it's like structurally sound. The roof's in good shape and all that stuff. So, do you want to, because then I had another topic.
So my other question, again, for this site plan, the soccer field and some of that area, what was the estimate for that section?
That there is a whole list of them, but what comes to mind is the $600 plus $1,000. That was the estimate for the soccer field.
So if we found funding, that could potentially come back into phase 2?
So that's the beauty of seeing it all together, because then we can prioritize. Now they have conceptualized it as this. Now, if we should find dollars to go back to it, then we have already the design.
Okay, thank you.
So I had a couple questions and comments. This is on Fund 40 as well. So one, thank you for providing more information, because I can say it is a little bit sensitive and tricky to discuss settlements and any kind of legal proceedings in a public meeting because of the sensitive nature of that. So thank you for bringing that. I know we had the resolution we approved, I want to say it was like last October.
Last October, correct.
It was like a year ago. And so I think it's helpful that you brought that, and whatever you share, I think is really helpful. So we know that was it's nice to have that fund, that funding. And I'm glad that we have it in an appropriate separate fund, because the rules, I think that tracks with how the rules are set for each bucket of money, and that's why we have like separate adult education fund or separate food services fund, etc. So I think that's really helpful. And also, I think it's nice to see like the 3 funds together, like Fund 21, which is our main construction bond fund. But then we also have the developer fund. We also have this other fund. So there is some wiggle room, and I think it's extremely important, kind of to the points that we raised with regards to our general fund, that like we approach our planning process, which I think we have been, and that our community understands, like when you're talking about this much money, planning is an iterative process. Like you kind of have your initial, we had a facilities master plan, and you go back in more detail, right? And you described it a little bit too with each project, how like you have your initial plan, okay, then you go back and you plan a little bit more in detail A and B. You say, C, we're going to get to that later because we're working on A and B right now and getting that started. While that's going, then we start to look at C, and then we say, okay, so maybe there's some wiggle room with the future plans. Maybe some things come in, maybe some things aren't as important in phase 2 when you actually look at it. And I think, Sean, you kind of suggested this as well. I think that's just really the key process. The theme with all of this work. It's a process. And it takes time, and we go through it, and we work with our partners, and we work internally, and we work with our community, and we work with the needs that we know we have. Again, to Lizette's point earlier, sometimes the people whose voices are most important in a particular project. Everyone's important, but sometimes more people have a lot at stake, and they're the ones that can't be here and be heard. And I think we try to represent them as well through us being here and the work that we do more organically too. So I just wanted to highlight that as well, and to say, like, so we have our facilities master plan. To be really clear, we have not run out of money. Right? It's not like, oh, we ran out of money, we can't do X. Like, we have allocated a certain amount of funds, and we do have wiggle room, but we have some pretty big projects to do right now, so let's get those underway. Let's make sure they track on budget, and if they look like they track on budget, we have that wiggle room to say, okay, we can look at how we use that. So,
To clarify, during the oversight committee meeting, that's exactly the notion that I presented. Not now. Let us get these projects done. Let us look at all of that, and then we will see if we have the funding for a soccer field, which is important. It is good for the community, but I think that at this moment, as part of a process, we can get phase 1 done, phase 2 modernization done, then look at where we are with the dollars.
Yeah, so we kind of go from that high-level plan to the focus on the priorities, get those done, and then as those get done, then we look at the second level. And that sounds like kind of obvious to many people, but I think it helps take a little bit of the anxiety around this process out of the picture, because it's not like, you maybe even said it earlier, it's like, well, we got to focus on the priorities, and then, okay, we'll look at that to come, but we got to take care of classroom buildings first. So I appreciate that about the planning process too.
Really quick, is it we do the motion?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Can we just go to the next one?
Is this our last item?
No.
Let's do 10:15? 10:10?
Yeah, no, 10:10. Just being hopeful.
All right. Who wants to make a motion?
I move we go till 10:15, but we're going to be done by 10:10.
We always are, or done early. Do we have a second? 10:15.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Passes 4-0.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you for reiterating the fact that this is an iterative process, that one has to have a tolerance for ambiguity, and that we have a lot of balls in the air. We are juggling chainsaws. Everybody gets wigged out about the money, understandably so. There's only so much to use. To the point about the developer fees, I was just on the phone with legal counsel, and I know Dr. Contreras will be talking about appropriate use to those developer fees, and we will be bringing plan back to the board. You will recall that last year I tasked Dr. Contreras, and I thank you, Dr. Contreras, for saying yes to increasing our developer fees so that we could be qualifying for state funding too. That was something that, we had to get done. Look, we have to be able to get all the money we can get, and then we need to be able to spend the money. So I appreciate the fact that there is a tolerance for ambiguity, and that we are looking at this as an iterative process, and to remind the public and to the board that we continue to name goals and say, what if and how could we?
Yep, and I also want to just say, too, in terms of that planning process, how we do prioritize and we do try to move things as quickly as possible, knowing that sometimes you have to go slow to go fast, but that we also are aware in this planning process that every year you wait for doing a project, it's a 5% increase plus or minus construction costs. So that's why we got to make sure we're pushing forward and ahead on the things we absolutely know we need to do so that we can do them well and do them right. Keeping in mind, we want to keep other things moving forward as much as possible as well, to be able to save money in the long term. Because let's say over $10 million, 5% is real money, right? So over $100 million, 5% is $5 million, right? So that's a lot. So even 10, that's, I guess, 500,000. So that's a lot for just waiting. So I think that's sometimes why we will kind of think about the strategic priorities that we have as a district and choose to slow down or speed up on certain projects with all those considerations in mind. All right, if there's nothing else on this item, thank you. Thank you for staying late.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Carl. Thank you very much.
Some of the other stuff interesting too. All right, so with that, our last item is the 5F, approval of the Cabrillo Unified School District's initial proposals for reopener negotiations 22-23, 2022-23 with the Cabrillo Unified Teachers Association.
I just do want to point out that this is a pro forma item, and what I mean by that is every year this item basically comes where we're sunshining, and for people metaphorically to understand that, sunshining means you're just giving it the light of day. So we have approval of, it's listed as approval of the CUSD initial proposals for reopener negotiations. Like last year, in Article 23 with the CUTA contract, Cabrillo Unified Teachers Association contract with the Cabrillo Unified School District, duration and reopeners, it says in the bargaining agreement that reopener negotiations shall occur on compensation, Article 2, and health benefits, health and welfare benefits, and up to 2 additional articles selected by each party. We received a letter of sunshine by CUTA representatives. They exchanged it with us, we exchanged ours with them, or we're bringing it to you as a board, the respective approvals. The district desires to open the same articles as we opened last year, Article 4, leaves of absence, and Article 12, teaching hours, and CTA is opening Article 2, compensation, Article 3, health and welfare benefits, and Article 14, safety conditions of employment, the same as they opened last year. And I could read these letters, you've seen them, but we would, let's just say that we have sunshined. We bring you CUTA's reopeners that you can see, and we bring you CUSD's reopeners, and we would entertain a motion for approval of the CUSD initial proposals for reopener negotiations with the Cabrillo Unified Teachers Association.
So we'll take a motion and a second, and we can open for questions and comments. Motion? Do we have a second?
A second.
I have one question, Sean. So just to clarify, this means that basically the negotiation process, if you were to look at a visual of a flow chart, resets to the very beginning. Is that correct?
That is correct. If you were thinking about the bargaining flow chart that some people have seen that California School Boards Association puts out, or Ed 100 puts out, they have flow charts. This is, sunshine means you're reopening, so you're starting back at the negotiations table.
At the beginning, like
yes.
The first step.
Yes, and you had seen the report potentially in the Half Moon Bay Review a month or so ago, maybe a few weeks ago, saying that negotiations, no settlement was reached, or that they failed to reach agreement. This is true. It is an important point that everybody understands that our contract goes to the end of the 23-24 school year, so we are in contract through June of 24. However, you will also hear people say, yes, but we haven't resolved health benefits, welfare, compensation, and these open articles. That is true. We have not. We are going back to the table to negotiate them again with the resources we have available.
All right. Any other questions or comments?
I just have a question. With the collective reopeners, what the district is proposing versus what CUTA is, as we approve this, that doesn't matter, right? I mean, it's just what basically what it's saying is that's what they're interested in negotiating versus what we're interested in negotiating.
That's correct.
And So I guess I'm just curious, how do we know, I don't even know if we can get to that, but will there be an issue on what topics to talk about, or how will we come into consensus? Because it looks like they have another agenda, or not agenda, but their priorities are different, in negotiating with people than what we're proposing.
It is typical that we would negotiate salary compensation and health and welfare benefits. That almost always is negotiated. That's the bread and butter, right, in negotiations. And then there are other articles. They have chosen safety conditions. We have chosen leaves and hours. And that is also because, I will say it's a coincidence. I would think it's because it may be causal, but it is the same articles that they were negotiating last year, and they're the same articles that we were negotiating last year, because we feel like we have values, they have values, we have interests, they have interests, and we continue to want to negotiate those interests until we can find an agreement.
And so one last question. And based on the FICMAT recommendation, moving forward, we will give updates on of course, we haven't. We will be giving updates just to be transparent.
And again, FICMAT doesn't, as you would have heard from Tammy Montero tonight, FICMAT doesn't make recommendations. They make findings, but, and the county doesn't make, well, they make more recommendations. But at the end of the day, you will see that it is common practice to have negotiations updates. And it is generally assumed in many districts that you would have those negotiations updates put on the web, and that will be discussed, I would believe, at the table if some agreement can be reached about how they would talk about what happened as a matter of course, because of course the public has interest and and staff have interest in the doings of negotiations. It would be our goal to have negotiations updates after negotiations.
I did understand correctly that it was something that FICMAT thought was beneficial, correct? Because I feel like we've mentioned this before, and because of just like not, I don't even know how to say this, but I know some people felt very strongly against it, and some people didn't vote for it. We didn't move forward, but now we're doing this, right?
As I've heard from the board, there is an interest in us showing transparency to the public, the community we serve, and to the employees we hire, so that we would task our negotiations team to provide a synopsis and a negotiations update shortly thereafter each negotiation session, just so that we are providing, as best we can, neutral and factual representations of what was presented at the table. And that is a standard practice in school districts. Many school districts do this. I have been asked to do this. The board has voiced an interest in this, and we think that that is a cadence and a rhythm and a standard practice that we should pick up.
Thank you.
Of course.
And just to clarify, I understand your answer to Lizette's first question. So if one party wants to negotiate A, B, and C, the other wants to negotiate X, Y, and Z, we're negotiating all six of them.
That is correct. They are able to negotiate health and welfare as well as compensation. As soon as they open that up, well, we're going to negotiate that also. We are required to negotiate that. They are wanting to negotiate that. Safety conditions, they named that as their other article, one article, and we named the two that and that's the same one they named last year. And it is the same with us. We have named the two that we have opened last year. We are reopening those same articles because we feel like we did not find agreements, or we found agreements, or we're close to finding agreements, and we are identifying particular areas that have been of interest to us in the past to open and negotiate.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much. And so I guess we'll take action on that.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Passes 4-0.
Thank you. Okay, item 6, future events, October 17th, Family Engagement Series, Community Resiliency Model. I checked on that. Part 1 via Zoom, 7 p.m. October 24th. Part 2 via Zoom, 7 p.m. November 8th, VLAC meeting, Half Bay High School, 6 p.m. November 9th, our next regular board meeting here, Cunha Intermediate School, multipurpose room, 6 p.m. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Do we have a second? Second.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Kimberly. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. 4-0.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Get it,